I don't think it'll do it.
Yeah. Let me just go back in there and I'll be with you in 1 second. Let me get this started. Oh fuck.
He's got something going on.
Well, I got a guy who wants to speak, but he can't get his phone to work. So can I have him zoom in on my thing when I'm not going to be able to talk anyways? Or is that, I didn't make up the Zoom crap. So the people want to
Jesse.
speak.
Jesse, we're ready.
We're good? All right. All right, let's go ahead. I'm calling to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting for January 19th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Pledge allegiance
to the flag
Aye.
of the United States of America and to the republic
Republic for which it
for which it
stands,
stands, one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and
justice
justice for all.
Amen. Born and unborn.
Thank you. I hope everybody had a nice Martin Luther King Day yesterday. And we're going to start with a moment of silence tonight for Michael Lepiski. A lot of people in town probably knew Mike. He served on the zoning board as well as the Conservation Commission and was the chair of both of those boards for the years. He served for about 40 years here in town on different boards and commissions. He passed away on January 4th, so we'll take a moment of silence with him now. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from January 4th, 2021 work session?
I'll move the motion.
A second.
All right. Any comments? Nope. We'll call the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
All right.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. The next is approval minutes for January 4th, 2021 Town Council regular meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Second by Eva. We'll call the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we have the minutes from January 11th, 2021 work session. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Second by Eva. All in favor, start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
All right.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we have a few announcements and presentations. Just real quick, I know that Eva had some information on our town council meetings, getting back onto public access television. So she was just going to take a minute to go through that.
Yeah, I'll be quick with that. So I think a lot of us ran on civility and transparency. I think we have the civility here, but we need the transparency. In the past, we used to have the public access and the meetings would be streamed live when we had the meetings. Unfortunately, with COVID, that went away. However, there is an option that I've discussed with the town manager, Jim, and we've been talking about it. We can actually broadcast it on PEG TV the following day. So we're hoping to do that. Hopefully we can get that in tomorrow, so it will be broadcast. And then going forward, we'll be able to do that the following day. So at least we'll have that. It may not be live. We'll still have YouTube and it'll be accessible. Maybe in the future, it'll be available again after the pandemic. We'll see. But for now, I think that's a good option. I don't know, Jim, if you have anything else to add to that.
It would be basically the same way that we did it before, when we did the live meetings in town hall that were broadcast, and then the following day we brought digital copy to PEG Access, and then they ran it the evening and the following day, I believe it was, so that people could watch it after the fact. For those people who do not have access to computers and YouTube and smart devices, they could just go onto cable and watch it. There would be no additional cost to us. We just have to deliver the disc to them. That's it.
Great, thank you guys for the update on that. That's definitely a move in the right direction. So that's good to know. Next, we have the status of the road bond projects, some information from the town manager.
Yes, good evening, everyone. DPW has put a PowerPoint presentation together, a very brief one, which after you see it, it will be posted on the town website later, which will identify the expenditures from the $17 million road bond, ones that are pending, streets that have been repaired and are planned to be repaired or engineered, designed, and repaired in the future. So Dan has the PowerPoint, and Mike DeChico, our DPW director, will just walk through it briefly. Again, this whole PowerPoint will be posted to our website so that anyone can look at it to see what the plans are going forward. Thank you. Mike?
Good evening, council.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. So, Dan, if we go to the next slide. So, quick brief overview of the bond history. In 2010-11, the Pavement Management Committees formed, and that committee initially started to build the list of roads to be reconstructed within the bond. And at that time, what they did is a RSR, road surface rating. It was completed by Beta Group, and the town's road surface rating at that time was a 73. In 2012, the bond referendum was proposed to reconstruct the worst 20% of roads in town. And the bond was broken down into 3 phases. Phase 1, which was considered the easier or low-hanging fruit roads to be reconstructed, which was completed in 2013. Phase 1B, non-permit roads, were a little bit more complicated, but still didn't need permitting. Those were completed in 2014. And the Phase 1B permit roads, which were the first set of roads that required DEM and CRMC permitting for drainage requirements, were completed in 2015. And after that, we moved on to Phase 2, which was the first major round of permitted roads with major drainage infrastructure. And those roads were design started in 2015, but because the list was so robust, I believe it was around 35 roads. It wasn't until almost the end of 2016 when those were finally permitted. And we started construction in 2017 and took 3 construction seasons to complete all of that infrastructure, which we completed in the fall of 2019, and then just some follow-up in the spring of 2020 to just some finishing touches. Phase 3, which we're in now, is a combination of Phase 1 and Phase 2 roads. The same type. Some are low-hanging fruit that didn't need major construction, and the others need full reconstruction with permitting, with drainage. And the non-permitted roads within Phase 3 were already completed in 2016 and 2017, along with some Phase 2 roads. And the remaining roads are under design right now with the road profiles and major drainage components for those roads also. The remaining 80% of roadway falls into the town's pavement management plan, which is our regular pavement management program that the town funds annually. And we did our 5-year RSR in 2017, and our RSR in 2017 was a 77. And I know most may look at that and not think it's big, but in the road industry, to come up those 4 points in 4 years, 5 years is a big deal. And we should be happy with that score. I mean, I think we're going to be even better when we do our next one. But every year that we do some of these bond roads and we do our yearly maintenance with chip seal and crack fill and micro pave, all we're doing is increasing our scores and making our roads better. Next slide, please. So what does the $17 million bond cover? The original estimated cost covers the actual construction of roadways to include just the design and permitting, and the bond money did not take into account the cost for drainage and reconstruction requirements and the sidewalks for any of those roads that required sidewalks. So what that means is the 17 million is not going to rebuild all of the roadways that were listed. I think the actual was somewhere in the 20s. If we really wanted, it was somewhere over 25 million that may have covered everything. So we're going to be able to finish a good chunk of the roads, but we'll have to regroup and figure out what we're going to do to go after the rest of them at some point. Next slide, please. 2014 phase 1A, $4.1 million was allocated, and that completed the phase 1A and phase 1B. Next slide, please. And these were the phase 1B permit roads.
If I can get you on this.
Next slide, please. In 2016, phase 2 started and 2.3 million was allocated by the council to continue with the project. And these are all the roads that were completed in phase 2. The ones that are highlighted in light blue are just roads from the phase 2 that have not been completed to date yet, because there was either issues with the drainage design that was there, or there was some of the roads. Switch to the next slide, please. Some of the roads had residents that, as we started to get into these projects, sewers in some of these areas that weren't there became a question, and so some of these roads got pushed back, and so they weren't completed. But Circuit Drive, the drainage has been dealt with, the drainage issue, and so we will be constructing Circuit Drive and Leatherleaf this spring, possibly. Juniper we're going to hold off because there's some other major drainage issues with those neighborhoods that we want to deal with first. And Raymond Drive, as long as the sewer project doesn't rear its head again, we'll be able to pave that project also this spring. Next slide, please. These were the phase 2B roads about a year and a half ago that were completed: Carver Lane Central, East Shore, Jean Street, and Lambert. Next slide, please. And 2019, the council allocated the $5 million to start the phase 3 project, which we did start. The list of roads were allocated and sent off to start for surveying and design. And all the roads that you see that are in red within phase 3 are roads that have already been completed. And so the remainder of the roads that are not highlighted in red are the roads that are currently in design to be reconstructed. Next slide, please.
You watch on your computer?
And so this is the continuation of the list of phase 3 roads. Next slide, please. So to date, total roads completed, we've completed 115 roads. 115 roads in the total project, and to date, we've completed 78 of the 115 roads. Next slide, please. This is the bond as allocated by the council through the years 2014, 4.1 million, 2016, 2.3, 2019, 5 million. And there's a balance of the 5.6 million that has not been allocated yet by the council. Next slide, please. And phase 3 roads that are currently at beta group that have been designed and are just going through to get permitting for these roads now are these 6 roads, and they should be ready for when spring construction season starts on us. The remainder of the roads are still being transferred from the surveyor to beta, which will then go through groups. So what is phase 3 is broken up into, I believe it's 5 groups of 6. And so they're designing the roads in smaller groups of 6 so that we can get them through permitting faster, because with COVID and with CRMC, in phase 2, we sent a full package of 30 something roads to CRMC, and it took almost a year and a half for them to get through it. So now what we're doing is we broke the roads up into smaller groups, and we're sending them to CRMC in smaller groups of 6 to get through permitting a lot faster. And hopefully that'll entail the issue we're running into now also at CRMC, DEM, just like us here at DPW and Beta. You have so many people working remotely, and so even though we're trying to get stuff to everybody, sometimes it sits, sometimes it doesn't, because we're all at different places at different times right now. But we do have a batch of roads that should be ready for the construction season to keep going. And we can make adjustments as we need to. If anybody has any questions, I can answer.
So Mike, first I want to say thank you. Great presentation. I think that, the residents in Narragansett, the survey in 2012 said that they care about the infrastructure and roads more than anything else in this community. So I'm glad that there's a good solid plan. And I just had a couple of questions about that 5.6 million that's identified. So several years ago, we identified South Pier Road, which is a state road or town road, but state funded. And I was just wondering, with that unidentified money, if we could look at some of the used, highly traveled roads in Narragansett. So some people had mentioned Boston Neck, which is a state road. South Pier was a high priority and got put to the side. And so I was just wondering, when you look at that 5.6, that if we could just look at some of those roads, I think they're owned by the state as well, but like South Pier Road, everybody keeps mentioning as a high priority as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the 1.2 to fix it right now. So.
I wish we did too.
But yeah, I mean, with the state pushing off the aid to South Pier Road to 2026, I mean, I do have some ideas up my sleeve as what we could do at South Pier Road to quick fixes to hold it over to until the state aid becomes available, or possibly use some of the bond money to offset some of those costs too. So we have some options.
So the 29 that you have for 2021, is that taken out of that 5.6, the 29 streets that you allocated for this year?
Yeah, the thing is that the 29 or 30 streets that are left in phase 3 to be reconstructed fully, I don't think the 5.6 is going to make it through all of them. We're going to run short. That's the problem. And so if we do allocate the 5.6 and use some of it for like South Pier or Woodruff Ave or
Boston Neck.
Neck, you're going to run short on those other 29.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so when I put those roads up, people were just really commenting about the heavily traveled roads in the town that really are shared by the state. And so I think that people were really interested to know like what streets are done. So that PowerPoint that you did, I think would be great to put up so the residents of the town know where they are in that process. So thanks for that. And hopefully we can make that 5.6 go pretty far if we come up with some creative ideas.
Yeah, we have some, I have some ideas now on what I could do with South Pier. It'd be taking care of just the travel lanes themselves. It won't be the curb and sidewalk, but it'd hold us over until all of the state aid is available. And I believe Mike DeLuca, state aid was almost 1.8 to 2.1 million, around there. Yeah. So yeah, the price initially for South Pier back in 2013 or 2014 initially when it went on the tip was around 1.2 million, and it's up to about 1.8, somewhere between 1.8 and 2.1 million now. So as the costs keep rising, or as the years keep going out, the cost is just going to keep rising.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so moving on, we are going to take a few minutes to recognize Alba Sr., who was a fixture at town council meetings for decades, a real advocate for the town, for small business, and for the beach. So we're gonna take a few minutes to present a proclamation recognizing Alba Sr. Whereas Alba Sr. was born and raised Rhode Islander, grew up in Providence on Federal Hill, and was educated at the Providence Trade School. He was a licensed cosmetologist and resided with his wife Rose and their beautiful children, Ella and Albert, in Riverfront Estates. The family was involved in the Narragansett community. Alba regularly attended town council meetings to voice his opinions on a variety of topics that were contributions to Narragansett. And whereas Alba Sr. was a proud veteran of World War II, serving from 1944 to 1946, he received a Victory Medal and the Philippine Liberation Medal. Alba Sr. also served in the Korean War from 1948 to 1954. And whereas Alba Sr. was a champion in keeping taxes low, his proposal to give a tax break to the elderly was passed by the Narragansett Town Council. Albert would bring out the argument that seniors who are empty nesters are of a low tax burden to the town of Narragansett. So as a town, we should make it less taxing on them. And whereas Alba Sr. was a champion in supporting small businesses, many business owners praised him for his advocacy in improving Narragansett small business. There was never a business venture that he failed to support if it was to benefit Narragansett. Alba Sr. was praised by local businesses for his advocacy towards them. Alba Sr. owned 2 beauty shops in Narragansett, one on Ocean Road for many years, and later in life he opened up a shop in the Pier Marketplace. And whereas Alba Sr. was a supporter of tourism in the town of Narragansett, Alba Sr. supported all funding for the beaches, as he would note that Narragansett Town Beach is the most valuable natural resource. When Alba Sr. was younger, he would frequent Scarborough Beach, and later in life, he frequented Narragansett Town Beach and the seawall. Alba Sr. would tell people we live in a little bit of heaven. Now, therefore, we, the Town Council of the town of Narragansett, do hereby extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Alba Sr. for his military service with the United States and commend him for his advocacy and strong interest in the Narragansett community. And also thank you to Councilor Cicilline Bonanno for working with the family to put that together. So,
Thank you, Jesse.
congratulations. All right, so we do have 6 minutes until our public hearing at 8 o'clock. So we will take 1 or 2 people from comments from the public in open forum. So just a reminder to everyone as we go into open forum, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Our meetings have been going long. We're going to enforce the 3-minute limit on comments, and please refrain from speaking on topics that are on the agenda for tonight. Those should be addressed during those items. So for anyone who'd like to speak generally in open forum, we will start with Karen Shemshalowitz. Karen, please state your name and address.
Karen Shemshalowitz, 63 Wanda Street, Narragansett. I wanted to comment on the Mike Ucheco's presentation, which I thought was excellent, but you didn't invite comments on that. So independent of my 3 minutes, which is unrelated, I'd like him also to be able to address the situation with the water, the pipes, mainly the drinking water and the sewerage. We've had big problems down on Wanda Street. The street's been paved over, but the main for Suez was laid in 1700, and we've had lots of pipe breaks, and I'm concerned about water quality and underground water, and I know they do checks, but it's random checks. So I think the town should be focusing on the quality of drinking water, especially with all the increased population we have there, and I think it affects things. All right, the last 2 years have been very difficult for this town based on what was happening in the town council. Tomorrow is a new beginning as far as a new presidency, and we're into a new term. This isn't meant to brag, but my oldest granddaughter of 8 was accepted early decision in Stanford. She serves as president of her student council, which in Hanover, New Hampshire, has a different role. They govern a lot of things the school board doesn't govern. She's also going to be a National Merit Scholar, et cetera, and her love is environmental and climate change, and she wants to go on for a PhD. Her mother, who graduated from Narragansett, was president of the National Honor Society, and she gave the commencement address at Tufts for her public service. And she went on to be a Coro Fellow and get a MBA from Harvard. My point is that democracy starts from when you're young. And Sage used to set up lemonade stands and give the money to the public library right near where she lived. And I think it's incumbent on the new town council to do a lot of healing over what's been happening. And a lot of things were put on the back burner because they weren't being addressed. Last town council, 3 of the members were more concerned with fighting them rather than listening to the public. And I think it's a time for a new beginning, especially with the pandemic. None of us know how much time we have left. This might sound morbid, but approaching 75 and having a lot of pre-existing conditions, I wanted Mr. Tierney to address what his plan is as far as getting people in town to be inoculated for the vaccine, because that's a main concern for me.
Thank
And the
you,
new
Karen.
governor, okay.
Thank you, Karen. We do have our 8 o'clock public hearing, and we can follow up on any town plans for vaccines at a later time. So thank you. So we'll come back to open forum after the public hearing, but we will go ahead and get started with that. So just a few notes on this public hearing. Councilor Murray will be recusing from both portions of the public hearing, or both public hearings, as he has a business relationship with the applicant. So he will, I believe he has recused officially and will be turning off his camera and muting his Zoom account.
Yeah, Council President. I have a constituent here who has no access to Zoom. So can I have him use my Zoom and I will continue, I'll turn the camera off, but he'll be able to speak?
Let's check with Mark Davis, the town solicitor, on that, see if that's appropriate.
Patrick, I would suggest if that's the case, when to turn your video off and your audio off, and when the person in your office speaks, I would suggest leaving the office.
Okay. All right. All right.
Okay. All right. Do we have the stenographer, Diane, ready, on and ready?
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Thanks, Diane.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so do we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on a request from Sally Lapidus, applicant, and JJ Properties LLC owner to amend the Narragansett Comprehensive Plan's text and land use map for Assessor's Plat C Lot 344-B, 83 Narragansett Avenue, for residential high to moderate density land use district to commercial land use district. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
A
All right.
second.
Second from second by Deb. All right. Call the vote. Susan,
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva, you're on mute.
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-0. So the public hearing is open. And why don't we go ahead and start with town council thoughts and comments. Are there any council members that would like to speak on this before we go to the public? Right. We also have the Assistant Solicitor, Steve Marsala, who handles zoning and planning. He's here. We have, I believe, the chair of the planning board, who sent the recommendation to the council. So if anyone has any questions in general, now would be the time to bring those up.
So, President Pugh, do you want us to wait to speak now, or are you going to hear from the public and then you prefer for us to weigh in at the end, or? Because
we can go ahead and do it now. That way we can get some more information out there as well before people speak.
Oh, okay. So as far as the particular piece of property on Narragansett Ave, I did attend the planning board and listened very intently to their ruling and what they had said about that piece of property. And I also know the area well. I went down there, and I'll listen to the public. I'm trying to keep an open mind, but I really struggle, as we worked really hard on the comprehensive plan and the parking on Narragansett Ave. I'm really challenged by, taking that sole piece of property and then turning it into a commercial zone. We did a similar thing in the north end of Narragansett, but it lends itself to a different, it was, at the top of Bonnet Shores, it was next to the gas station, it was near the plaza, and it just seemed to sort of fit into that particular setting. I find this really hard to go along with, especially since the planning board had already denied it. I saw that the architect, I read what they want to do. The building looks magnificent. It's just, do we want to get into that business? A special variance or something like that would have been more appropriate, I think, in my personal opinion. But, if there were just a little modification, if I would have leaned towards it, I would say like no on-street parking. I would say couldn't be a rooming house. I would say that, the impact would be low, but I'm leaning more towards, we really shouldn't make that change. I'll listen to the public and I'll defer and keep an open mind, but it just, to me, doesn't appear to make sense on that particular avenue since we've worked so hard to stay in compliance with the plan.
All right. Also, just as we go through this public hearing, I just want to be clear that, so this specific public hearing would be to amend the comprehensive plan, which is something that would need to be done if the amendment to that zoning map was done. But they are two separate public hearings that are kind of connected to each other.
Right.
Oh, so clarify that one more time. So it's the actual text in the comprehensive plan that we've already had it approved.
So the comprehensive plan is, exists how it does.
Mhm.
This specific public hearing would be to amend the town's comprehensive plan. Part of the comprehensive plan. The next public hearing. for
Is
next
the
person-
actual piece of property.
Correct.
Yeah, so they are intertwined. I mean, so sorry about that if I went a little bit ahead on it.
No, it's fine. I mean, they are related, but I just wanted to be totally clear
Yeah,
about it.
so it's the language. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else from the council before we go to the public?
I just want to say that I have the same issues that Susan does. And I have, concerns about the idea of amending the comprehensive plan. I think there was a lot of thought and consideration in creating it. So I have the same issues.
Okay. I do want to, Eva, do you have any?
I had the same issues, so I reviewed everything, and some of the things that I came up with, instead of modifying the comprehensive master plan, was the special use permit, like that
Right.
could be the
Right.
option. So I'm keeping an open mind, but I definitely think it's opening Pandora's box when you start doing all these zoning changes. So that was just the only input that I wanted to give right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve.
Mike has his hand raised.
Yeah, Mike, we'll go to you if your hand is raised.
He's like
I had a
raising his
question
hand.
related to a special use permit. My understanding was that that's possible on the property now because
Yeah.
that's the one use that special permit could be used for, was the boarding house, but it couldn't be used for others. But you go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just give you a little context, Mr. President, and to clear things up for Councilwoman Trzynski. This particular parcel has a hotel on it. The Grinnell Inn is classified as a hotel, not a boarding house, even though boarding house is used in the applicant's planner's report in many places. It's an inn, and an inn is a subset of a hotel. And within inns and hotels, a restaurant component is allowed. So inns are allowed in the R10A zone by special use permit. This particular inn has been there since long before we had the regulations in place. So it was a legal non-conforming use for many years, and it remains a legal use if it were to ever be discontinued and then want to restart itself. It would come in for a special use permit. The request for an office space, be it real estate or any other type of office, would require a use permit. A use variance. Because a special use permit is not available in an R10A zone for offices, services, restaurants, all those things are not available. So that's the distinction you need to know. And I have many points I'd like to make. I'll defer to you, Mr. President, as to when you'd like me to speak, or if you're going to take commentary from the applicant at all. And
Yeah.
Get
Yeah,
response.
so we do want to hear from the applicant. I don't see her hand up. I see her in the list, but without the hand raised. So Ms. Lapidus, if you.
Yeah, I think, Mr. President, I think Attorney Zangari is in the audience that's going to be representing, all the.
Okay, Chris Zangari, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I don't see his hand up. Dan, are you able to? There we go.
Yeah, which one do you want first?
We'll go with Mr. Zangari.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the Town Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're just gonna, thank you. We're just gonna have to have you sworn in by the town solicitor.
Does council get sworn?
Oh, you don't have to. That's right. Yep, go ahead.
All right, I represent Sally Lapidus. She's the applicant on these two applications, essentially for a zone change. And with me tonight is going to be Edward Pimentel. He is an expert in planning. I also have Ned Caswell, who is a real estate appraiser and also an expert. I'm going to be asking them to testify as to what we're planning to do on the site. I'm going to be eliciting testimony from Ms. Lapides as well as to her background, the business, what she intends to do to the structure, and what she intends to do in the structure. What I'm also going to do at the end is I'm going to provide you with what I consider the pertinent legal background and foundation that allows the town council to hear the application, rule on the application, and rule in favor of the application. And it is my belief that when you hear the testimony from those three individuals, you understand the law, that you will have the necessary tools and the necessary information to make a decision in favor of these applications. Because over the backdrop of the law and what we're doing, I think you will find, and I would submit, I hope you do find, that in fact, the use that is going to be proposed will be far less intensive than what is there now. It will be a preservation of the structure. It will restore the historic nature of the structure, which, as you know, because you live in town and pass it by, it's in a semi-blighted condition right now. We think it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan and the goals of the comprehensive plan. So I would ask you to keep an open mind when you're listening to the testimony. And I'd like to begin with Ms. Lapides. Sally, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
I can. Can the council?
Yes. Okay.
Very good. Sally, could you please tell the council a little bit about yourself, your background?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. I need to swear her in.
Please do.
I need to swear everybody in.
Okay.
Could you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could I have your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Sally Lapides.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sally, would you please give a little bit about your background and
Sure.
also the background of the business that you run and that you're proposing to run at this location, 83 Narragansett Avenue?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So good evening, everyone. I'm Sally Lapides, and I'm President and CEO of Residential Properties Limited, which I founded in 1981 with my former partner, Liz Chase. And if you all remember, well, there are some young faces here, so you probably don't remember, but 1981 was a really hard year to start a business, and women starting a business was particularly hard. And we opened our first office in Providence, and with 6 brave women who came from male-owned businesses, and we were pretty proud of having a female company. Today, we have grown to be the largest independent brokerage firm in Rhode Island. We have 7 offices, 6 of which are in Rhode Island, 1 of which, our newest office, is in Westport, Mass. And we have 240 sales associates in the company. As the company grew and we expanded, I rented an office space at 750 Boston Neck Road. And we've loved being part of the community for the last 17 years, and we've frankly outgrown that space. Our strong culture of service and of authentic desire to make a meaningful social impact in all the towns and communities that we're in is really the core of our company. So it's my hope to find a permanent home, and we have 20 full-time real estate professionals that work out of the Narragansett office, and 1 full-time administrator. Real estate agents make their living outside of the office, and And it's a pretty rare occurrence for you to see a lot of cars in a real estate parking lot, mostly because agents don't make any money unless they're out showing houses. So during COVID, we closed the offices to the public in March of 2020. And most people have settled into their home offices, like we're all in this on this Zoom call. And I think one of the changes that will frankly happen in the real estate industry is that offices will be far less busy, and that people will be working from their cars, they always have, and their homes, as they have recently done. I say this because I want to really let you know how lightly used this building would be. It probably, if we had 2 or 3 people coming in and out during the day, plus the administrator is there, is about all the traffic that you're ever going to see in most real estate offices. At this point, we have 1 meeting a week, and 10 or 12 people would come pre-COVID. And I think people are really enjoying virtual meetings. So frankly, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't even do office meetings in person in the future. All right, now, when I'm a preservationist at heart. I live in a historic house in Providence. I have restored many houses over my 45 years in this business that I have owned. And when I saw this building, I just saw the potential. I didn't see what it actually, as it actually presents. I saw it. My intention would be to renovate it and put a lot of money into it and take down all of the extra staircases and security for the second and third floors when it was being rented out. I think you all got a copy of the rendering that my architect, JP Couture, whom I'm sure has come before the council in the past, but he and I have renovated 4 of our family houses over the years, and I totally trust his taste. And I want it to be just beautiful outdoor space with beautiful gardens outside, and a new roof and new shingles. And I want it to look like a single family house. We're a residential company, and I want it to look like a residential property. So I truly believe, I truly believe that this request would benefit the neighborhood with the amount of improvements that I will be spending, and with our daytime hours and no nighttime hours, and nobody parks on the street, and lessening of noise and traffic. I actually think it's a real benefit to the neighbors not to have a restaurant there and an inn, or I met tenants that were living there when I viewed the property when we entered an agreement. So I really believe this, and we're a strong company with a strong foundation, and I know we'd be great neighbors. So I appreciate the time that you're giving me tonight, and I hope you see it the way I see it. Thank you.
Sally, could I ask you a question? And
Of
that
course.
is, did you, it's my understanding, you've already been before the Historic District Commission.
Yes.
And isn't it correct that you received a very favorable
Yes.
recommendation from Historic, I believe in October?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And are you willing, as the applicant, to restrict the use, if it were to be granted this evening, of commercial office? In other words, not commercial where any commercial allowed, but just commercial office, would you self-restrict?
Absolutely,
Would you-
absolutely.
Yes, and would you agree that if the council were to put that restriction on, you would be very much in agreement with that?
I would absolutely agree with that. That's all I want to use it for. I truly believe that, like the other buildings that I own and have owned for 25 or 30 years, that I would be stewarding this building in the same way that I have the other buildings that I own.
Would you also agree to a council restricting on-street parking? In other words, prohibiting it from your employees?
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. Does the council have any specific questions for Ms. Lapides at this time?
I don't have, I'm sorry, I don't have a question for Ms. Lapidus. I don't really understand what you mean by restricting commercial. What are you referring to?
In other words, a commercial zone, you'd be allowed more uses. We restrict it to use code 6061. In other words, this would just be commercial office. So it couldn't be used for any other commercial activities. That's very restrictive. We are in agreement with that. We invite it.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question for Ms. Lapides at this time? All right. I'd like to swear in Edward Pimentel, please.
I only have one Ed in the room, and it just says Ed. Is that the right person?
Yes, it is. Mr. Pimentel, are you there?
I am here.
Very good.
Excuse me, Attorney Davis, did you want me to swear him in? I'm sorry, I swore the last one in by, my apologies.
No, Diane, whatever you feel more comfortable with. I'm happy to swear them in, or I'm happy to have you do it. What do you prefer?
Oh, that's fine if you swear them in. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Thank
Hello, Ed. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Edward Pimentel, 26 Avon Road, Cranston, Rhode Island. Last name spelled P as in Paul, Imentel.
Would you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Pimentel, by way of logistics, are you in any way related to Wayne Pimentel, who is a town employee?
No, I know Mr. Pimentel. I actually worked with him in North Kingstown, but we're not related in any way.
Very good. Mr. Pimentel, well, actually, let me do this. Mr. Davis, do you need a qualification for Mr. Pimentel as an expert? Or will you accept him as an expert? Without going through the qualifications.
We accept him as an expert.
Very good. Mr. Pimentel, now that you've been accepted as an expert in planning, did you have a chance to review the applications of Ms. Lapides for the subject property at 83 Narragansett Avenue?
I did.
And did you compile and prepare a report based on your analysis?
That is correct. I did a thorough review of the various regulatory documents, the comprehensive plan, concentrating primarily on the baseline report and roadmap. I thoroughly reviewed the Narragansett zoning ordinance, reviewed pertinent Rhode Island general law and case law, and then did quite an extensive neighborhood analysis of both the Narragansett Ave as well as the roadway to the rear, because you always consider it the neighbors surrounding the property in question. And then based on all of that, I prepared my report and offered my conclusions.
And I would just want to confirm with Ms. Donovan and the members of the town council that in fact, Mr. Pimentel's expert report was contained in a packet that was dispersed to all the town council members. I just want to confirm that that was received and that it is part of the official record and incorporated by reference.
That was included in the packet that was distributed to the town council members. And it is also part of the permanent public record and on our website as well.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan, and thank you for your help and assistance in this matter.
You're welcome.
Mr. Pimentel, could you please, for the board and for the public listening, expand upon your report and what you found regarding the relationship and the compatibility of these applications with the 2017 Narragansett Comprehensive Plan?
Sure. So the property is presently comprised of a couple of non-conforming uses of property, albeit pre-existing, and therefore they can lawfully continue to operate. There were several guest in-rooms upstairs, and I was on the property a few times, and although I didn't have an opportunity to get into the property, from the windows, I could easily count the seating capacity and the number of tables, and it was easy to guesstimate that the intensity of the on-site restaurant is probably somewhere between 50 and 75 seats, if not even a little bit more intense. That's both in and out. On a seasonal basis, probably inside is probably 50, maybe a little bit more based on the table count, the seating capacity that I could count for the various windows. I am a little bit familiar with the prior breakfast operation that was there going back years because of my connection to Narragansett. I wasn't that familiar with the Mexican restaurant that's been there, although clearly that would be the more recent usage of the property. That being said, having determined what the current uses of the property, which are pretty intensive, I then did an analysis of the comprehensive plan because albeit the use we propose would be otherwise defined as a prohibited use from the zoning code, the question is, would it still fulfill goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan? So the pier area is defined as a specialized area where the comprehensive plan wants to see a mixture of land uses. The coordinates or the parameters of the pier area is well defined in the comprehensive plan. It's in my report. And although I know there wasn't support previously to instituting the mixed use overlay district, I would still contend that because there are those oddities within this neighborhood that have been utilized in a more intensive commercial manner, that introducing commercial uses of a less intense nature would still fulfill many of those goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. And the primary point here is that it's introducing uses that would still protect what is the predominant usage of this area, and that is residential. I mean, the predominant use is clearly residential, although, like I said, there's a smattering of non-conforming uses. Once again, it's in my report. The service garage station, there's some real estate offices, there's some commercial retail, and a variety of uses up and down Narragansett Avenue into the pier proper. So now we have a rather intensive usage of property, and we're proposing to greatly de-intensify it, if you think about it. The present usage of property probably utilized at its peak points, all of that off-site parking, if not on-street parking as well. I mean, it's like I said, a 50 to 75 seat restaurant along with the guest in rooms. This proposed use will greatly reduce the intensity of parking. I will eliminate completely any concerns with on-street parking. There'll probably be more than sufficient parking, but the spaces are there. You utilize what you have to ensure that there is no spillage. Secondly, you're talking about a current usage of property that operates into evening hours, maybe later. The proposed operation for most part is a day operation, very little evening, if any. Thirdly, you're talking about trash storage that won't be required. Oil, grease that has to be maintained on site and in proper facilities. Those will all be extinguished. Odors from the restaurant that clearly must have been an issue. Noise from a restaurant that clearly must have been an issue. None of that is related to the intended usage of property. So if you think about the direction we're trying to take the property, it really is going in the right direction from realizing the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. So how do we get there? Well, there's really only a couple of viable options. I know there's been discussions of a special use permit, but I think that's been some confusion here. You would actually literally have to seek a use variance, which is a prohibited land use because it's prohibited. And in that case, the legal argument they'd have to justify before the zoning board is that there's no reasonable beneficial usage of the property. I don't even know how we could make that argument legally. So the only other option is to have the property rezoned to then to allow this particular use to be a permissible use. But then I understand the concern. The concern then becomes, what kind of Pandora's box are we opening when you rezone a property in the midst of a neighborhood to commercial? So that's why when we was discussing among ourselves, a recommendation was, if you were to squelch any and all uses that would otherwise be permitted in the commercial designation, other than the use we're seeking, which is basically a professional office operation, then in that case is where you kind of take away the steam of the argument or the concern that this is going to be opened up or opening up to a Pandora's box of an intensity of use that otherwise would be inappropriate to the neighborhood or the surrounding property owners. Because once again, we're describing the nature of the operation we're introducing. We are limiting it only to the use in question. And therefore, that is literally going in the right direction from the current usage of the property and realizing the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. And that's why I felt I could honestly and sincerely argue that this would be consistent and that the council could support a zone change and the corresponding land use classification amendment to the future land use map.
Thank you, Ed. Does anyone on the board have a question for Mr. Pimentel at this time?
I do. So all this information, was it presented to the planning board prior to their decision?
I
wasn't involved.
Ed, I'll answer that one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We did not present Mr. Pimentel's expert report or Mr. Caswell's to the planning board. We did feel after the planning board hearing that we needed to present them to the town council based on some of the concerns of the planning board, and so we did. However, and also, councilperson, we haven't changed the plan at all since the planning board. This is the same plan. This is the same use. These are the same restrictions we proposed. So there's nothing that's changed. It is the same application. It is the same applicant. It is the same future use and future plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else that have a question for Mr. Pimentel at this time? Obviously, he'll be here for the remainder of the hearing, and if you have a question at a later time, Ms. Lapides, Mr. Pimentel, myself, Mr. Caswell, we will make ourselves available. So, if not, Ned, are you there? Has he raised his hand by clicking on the banner?
No, I have nobody in here with the name of Ed, or Ned, I should say.
Ned, all right. Okay. Mr. Caswell's report was also submitted to the town clerk and should have been disseminated as well to all the members, and it should be incorporated by reference. Is there anybody listed there named Ted or Theodore? No?
No.
All right. I don't know if he's having a technical difficulty. What I would do is I would ask that his report, obviously it's already part of the record, but if I could have one moment.
Dan, there is a Kathleen Caswell on
Let's
the
try
listing. I don't know if that is the appropriate person or not.
Thank you, Mr. Marcello. You might be using someone else's laptop.
Now try it. Hello?
Yes?
Okay. All right. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was using my wife's computer.
That's okay, Ned. All right, this is Ned Caswell. He's probably known to many people on the town council and many people in the audience. He goes
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Caswell. You've been listening to the testimony of Ms. Lapides. You've been
We
listening.
can have him sworn in.
Help swear
Sworn
me.
in.
Please do.
Hello, Ned. Would you please state your full name and your address for the record?
Edward A. Ned Caswell. My office address is 140 Point Judith Road, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you
I have it raised.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Caswell, did you submit a appraisal report, an expert report to the town council through me?
Yes, yes, I have.
And Mr. Davis, will you need me to qualify Mr. Caswell as an expert appraiser, or will you accept him as an expert?
We accept Ned as an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much.
Did you have chance and cause to perform an evaluation of the site?
I did not do an appraisal of value. I did visit the site. I've been familiar with the site for many years.
And you provided a report as to what?
As to the neighborhood, in other words, part of the appraisal process is to determine the potential effects of changes that may be taken within a neighborhood and what their effect would be on the neighborhood and to the town, either immediately or over a period of time.
And can you tell the town council and the members of the public what your conclusions were?
Well, I will summarize that the present use which has been described prior to the evening. I don't need to go into that, but I do need to embellish on the effects of the neighborhood of what this change may make. There was a lot when you're talking about a restaurant, you have adverse conditions. I've owned a restaurant. I used to own Sweet Meadows Inn. We were always worried about fire. And if you look at my plot plan, you have two neighboring buildings to the west, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 multifamilies immediately to the east. And with restaurants, you have a greater impact if there's an internal fire that would spread to this particular neighborhood, which would put the town of Narragansett in dire straits to handle that kind of a fire if that were to happen. So those kinds of things that go along with running a restaurant. The intensity of use is directed. I don't want to jump on Ed's comprehensive plan definitions because he's the expert. But as I read the comprehensive plan, it does have a direction that less is better. And in this case, lower traffic, lower hours of operation, nearby residents' acceptance of the use, etc. Also, neighborhood stabilization will also tend to increase values of the neighborhood. And if the town is worried about taxes, when this building is completely redone and renovated, it'll have the same benefit of tax revenue or even greater tax revenue, and coupled with the lower intensity of the use. One other point that I'd like to make is that it would be not only less intensive, but it would be less intrusive on the immediate neighbors' enjoyable use of their property and enjoyment of the lifestyle. And I do believe the comprehensive plan pointed to that throughout the course of the comprehensive plan, that's why the comprehensive plan was written the way it is to accommodate neighborhoods and lifestyle.
Do you think, Mr. Caswell, that the change of use currently from a restaurant and hotel or inn, as has been described earlier, to a commercial office will have a negative impact on the surrounding properties in the surrounding Pier area?
No, I don't think so. I think it'll have a very, very huge positive impact if this is passed this evening.
And do you have an opinion, and you may not, on the renovations, making it more historic and closer to its original historic nature than exists today? Do you have an opinion on how that will affect values, either positive or negative?
I was very, very happy to see the plans, and I did include those in my report. It almost looks like a totally different building. It sort of shrinks the size and from the site view, and brings it into the neighborhood size of the other residential buildings mostly to the east. So I think it would be more of a conforming.
So you think it'd be more in character with the neighborhood than what's presently there? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, conforming to the neighborhood character, correct.
Does anyone have any further questions for Mr. Caswell at this time? Obviously, he'll remain with us if you have a question later.
I do have a question. It's actually more for you, but it's related to Mr. Caswell. Because I did watch that planning board hearing as well. Was this report given to the planning board during their hearing?
It was not.
Okay, this one was not either. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Caswell at this time? You've heard from the owner, the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Caswell. So you've heard from the applicant, Ms. Lapidus. You've heard from expert testimony from Mr. Pimentel. You've heard expert testimony from Mr. Caswell. I'd like you to absorb all that information against the backdrop of the legal standard. And there was a lot of talk and a lot of debate at the Planning Commission about spot zoning. And that's like a buzzword. If you hear that, that's it. Once you say that, it's over. Well, it's not the case. Spot zoning is allowed. It's legal. The test that our Supreme Court, the Rhode Island Supreme Court, applies for determining if an amendment to a zoning ordinance, which is what we're asking for tonight, is legal, is whether its enactment, that zoning change, violates a municipality's comprehensive plan. And the Supreme Court goes further and gives a test for that. All right. So how do we determine whether or not it violates the comprehensive plan? The law in our state, from our Supreme Court, says the court set forth the test to be used in determining whether amendment to a zoning ordinance violated the comprehensive plan. And it said the following: that if the amendment bears a reasonable relationship to the public health, safety, and welfare so as to justify its adoption, the comprehensive plan remains intact. In other words, you haven't violated the comprehensive plan. So what I'm saying is this: you've heard expert testimony. I don't give expert testimony. The witnesses do. You're going to take a restaurant that's 50 to 75 seats with a liquor license that operates lunch, dinner, and into the evening. You're going to get rid of the liquor license. You're going to get rid of those nighttime hours. You're going to reduce traffic. You are going to restrict the use to commercial office only. That's a significant restriction. You're going to do all those things that gets you closer to the goal of the comprehensive plan, which is to get mixed use in this zone in the Pier area, full-time employment year-round, full-time employment. That's part of the comprehensive plan. That's a goal. You'd be achieving that goal. You're getting a preservation of a historic building, another public purpose, according to your comprehensive plan. You're going to renovate that building and repurpose it for a purpose more consistent with your comprehensive plan. There are so many positives here that would lead you to making a very reasonable and good decision by approving this. I'm sure there are people in the public who will be for it. There are probably some that don't like it because they don't like change. That's fine. You have everything before you. Factually, legally, you have expert testimony. You have demonstrative evidence. You have a company of 40 years run by Rhode Island's, and this is what I believe, most successful female entrepreneur in the state with an impeccable reputation that is going to invest significant money in this site to beautify it, preserve it, maintain and restore its historic structure and appeal. This has received a glowing review from the Historic District Commission. There are so many positives here. It would be a shame, and I think it'd be a shame for the town, to let this go by because it requires a change in the zone that is highly restricted. Okay, you can't go putting in another restaurant in there. It's not going to be a fast food takeout. All right, you are protected. You've protected the interests of the residents by reducing the hours, reducing the traffic, de-intensifying the use, no liquor license. I've said it before, but I want you to understand what you're getting here. This is a boon and a gift to the town. It is a wonderful opportunity. It meets the goals of the comprehensive plan. So you have everything before you to say yes. Now it's up to you to make that decision. We're here to field questions as long as it takes.
Okay, great. So before we go to the public, to the general public, I do want to get some more input and perspective from our community development director, Mike DeLuca. Mike, do you mind giving some general thoughts and answering some questions?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Mr. President. I've actually got a number of comments I'd like to make, and I will warn you in advance, it may take me a little bit of time to get through them all. First of all, the applicant was very transparent in letting you know that their application did not have Mr. Pimentel's report, Mr. Caswell's report, or the memorandum on legality of spot zoning in it when it went in originally in October. So the planning board saw none of those three items. Planning board did their review on December 15th. Their recommendation was for denial. I believe you have their reports in your packet. Do you not?
We do.
Okay, thank you. And the supplemental documents were submitted on January 12th at 9 a.m. So since January 12th, I've had a chance to review these documents, and I find that there's a few weaknesses there. First of all, but before I get to that, I want to point out that the planning board's review was based on that original documentation, noting that Mr. Zangari had provided some rationale for support of his application at first, and he was at that time quoting the old comprehensive plan, not the current 2017 comprehensive plan. The old plan is defunct. Staff notes that the application was corrected sometime in November. He also notes that that the application went before the Historic District Commission and said something about a resounding level of support. I pulled the agenda, the minutes of that meeting, and I can tell you that what the the Historic District Commission did, after hearing a presentation from Mr. Couture, was that they pointed out how well the new design would comport with the surrounding Narragansett Avenue Historic District. So they approved of it, the building, in concept. And that is the terminology they use in their decision. They were instructed by me not to speak to the use of the building, not to speak to the zone change, not to speak to the comp plan amendment, to look at the building itself, as is their responsibility. So they, just so that I want you to be aware of that. This was not a resounding vote of approval, approve it and build it because we want it. They liked the design. Moving on. In the staff reports on December 8th and 9th that went to the planning board, I cited the 2017 plan and noted that there were several objectives in the plan that were relevant. We noted that the plan suggests promotion of the pier area as the town center. But we also noted under that it should require a detailed study and establish a cooperative relationship with the neighborhood residents. We would then, assuming we got through those two steps, we would consider reviewing and updating zoning to comport with what the community wants. We also noted in that there was a policy to guide business development to maintain commercial character and to review zoning to clarify the function of each business district. Very important that we use the word district. The term zoning and the term district are closely related. It speaks to areas of like use. This particular parcel is located mid-block between the Ice House, between Kingstown Road and Caswell Street. It is 750 feet away from any property that is zoned other than residential. We noted also at the time, keep in mind, I had no idea they wanted to restrict to one singular use. Their original application did not say they would restrict to one singular use. I noted at the time that R10A zoning allows for 15 uses. And most of them are what you would expect: single-family housing, two-family housing, hotels. R10A allows for hotels. R10 does not. It's the distinguishing factor between R10 and R10A. And under hotels, you get inns and you get B&Bs, and you even get taking of boarders by resident families. We do not have a boarding house definition. The plan, the report addresses the 4 standards of review. And at the end of the meeting, the 4 standards of review, by the way, are: how well does the application comply with the comp plan? How well is it consistent with the area? Does it have an impact on infrastructure? And is it appropriate? At the end of the meeting, the planning board codified the staff's recommendations as their own, adding a notation that came up in their discussion, that during the time of the comprehensive plan generation, that was the years 2012 through 2016, the board had vetted the issue of introducing business uses along the Narragansett Avenue corridor. And there was a lot of discussion among the public. Some of the members of the public are here tonight also, who felt very strongly opposed to that. As a result of that long discussion, and it was one of the lengthier ones about our plan, the planning board rejected the introduction of commercial businesses along the Narragansett Avenue corridor. Excuse me. This you need to know because I need to reiterate: hotels, motels, inns, beds and breakfasts, taking of boarders by resident families are all allowed uses in the R10 zone. They are not considered commercial uses, even though I know there is a commercial component. And hotels inns, bed and breakfasts, etc., are allowed to have a restaurant component. So these are allowed uses. A hotel is allowed by special use permit. An inn is allowed by special use permit. B&Bs are allowed by right, just to make sure that we have the clarification. In the recent submittal, I want to speak to Mr. Zangari's memo. And I am not an attorney, and we do have Mr. Marcella and Mr. Davis here, so they can correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. But I noted that in Mr. Zangari's letter, that he pointed out 3 cases that reflected or clarified the state of the spot zoning in Rhode Island. And I don't disagree with any of the conclusions he draws. He's drawing them from the court. The Camara decision identified that rezoning of a small parcel is not necessarily spot zoning. The Willie decision indicated that spot zoning is determined if it violates the comprehensive plan. And then they pointed out the test, as Mr. Zangari very clearly described to you. But it does not immediately exonerate the request for a single lot rezone. It only says that a single lot rezone and a single lot amendment to your comprehensive plan land use map are both allowable in the right context. We had that context in Bonnet Shores a few years ago. And it happened to be a real estate agency being located at the top of Bonnet Shores Road. And in that case, all 3 other properties at that signalized intersection were already zoned BB. That particular property on the 4th quadrant was zoned R10, and it was the outlier. It made sense to bring it into conformance. Not the case here. Here we are mid-block, over 750 feet away from anything zoned something other than R10. Moving along to Mr. Pimentel's report. This report purports to provide justification for the reclassification of the subject parcels from residential to commercial and from R10 to BA. Mr. Pimentel makes several statements that I find are either wrong or on their face or our opinion masquerading as fact. I bring you to the first page of his report if you have it, under introductory statement. He states that it is that in order to, I'm sorry. He states that it is a combination, the existing situation is a combination restaurant and 6-unit boarding house. That's wrong. It's an inn. It's an inn because it has less than 30 rooms for rent. A hotel would have 31 or more. And it has a restaurant component that is allowed by right or by special use permit. Under later in that page, he states that this will reintroduce a commercial land use that is expressly identified within the comprehensive plan. Keep in mind that the pier area that is designated or spoken about in numerous places in the comprehensive plan incorporates Pier Village and the Narragansett Avenue corridor that runs up to it. So yes, there is a very large commercial component in Pier Village, and we all know that Pier Village could use some upgrading. There are several vacancies there. That is where the reference to commercial uses is directed. On the next page, Mr. Pimentel doubles down and states at the top that it is a conditionally permitted 6-unit boarding house with a prohibited restaurant. I've already told you that that's wrong. First of all, we don't have a definition in zoning, in the zoning ordinance, for a boarding house. We have taking of boarders by a resident family. Nobody's proved that there's a resident family taking boarders there. It's an inn. And it's an inn with an allowable restaurant. Below that, at the bottom of that page, he says typically residential land uses are located along local or collector roadways, perhaps even minor arterial roadways. Unlike these classifications that typically cater to less intensive residential uses, Narragansett Avenue is classified as a principal arterial. He is correct on that matter, but he is not correct, in Narragansett anyway, that residential development is not located on principal arterials. Principal arterials in our town are Point Judith Road, Boston Neck Road, Ocean Road, and Narragansett Avenue, and Kingstown Road. Think of them. You all drive them. Every single one of them has long, long stretches of residential development. So maybe typically that isn't what happens elsewhere, but it is what happens here. Give me a minute. On page 5 of his report, Mr. Pimentel makes a comment that I wish I could understand how he could even put these words together. Because he says, of the utmost importance, and that which is most pertinent to the proposal at hand, are not necessarily type of land usage, but the manner in which they are designed and operated. Completely false when we're talking about the comprehensive plan, which has a land use map. It doesn't have a land manner of development map. And completely false in zoning, where the zoning map designates uses. So that is just a false statement. And I would ask you, although I know now that they're recommending only a single usage, would you consider a kennel or a dry cleaners or a paint store that were designed to look like a house to be appropriate to that zone? Because they're allowed in the BA zone. On page 6, I'm going through this methodically because I want to make sure you have all of this on the record. On page 6, Mr. Pimentel states that there's a balance of development in the neighborhood. There is an inn located at 50 Narragansett Avenue, 2 separate boarding houses at 85 and 87 Narragansett Avenue. He's listing them along with commercial businesses. Whether they are commercial or not, they conform with the residential zoning of that area. So yes, we do have the property across the street that has the surf shop in it and the yoga studio. There's residential above that surf shop. And we, of course, have the gas station. Those things have been there for a long, 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 long time. So they're legal non-conforming.
What's the amount? How do you collect that?
And I would point out that as Mr. Pimentel mentions these properties as referencing a mix of commercial uses in the area, that just on Narragansett Avenue alone, there are 35 other residential only houses, structures. Some of them are multifamily residential. He states that the neighborhood is improved with a mixture of land uses envisioned by the comprehensive plan. No, the neighborhood, the street has designated the land use plan and the comprehensive plan has designated the street as a residential area. It has some legal non-conforming uses that date back decades. So it's not that we are anticipating the community has not provided the necessary regulatory advanced support, such as imposing commercial land use classification. It's that we're trying to maintain a residential character and fiber while allowing that we have a few non-conforming uses in the area that we can live with. I'm going to skip a few pages. Give me a moment.
You know, I spend more time on me than anybody else.
There's only a few more. I think I have 2 more main or 3 more main comments, Mr. President. Thank you everyone for your patience. On page 9, Mr. Pimentel states the reason he is adamant about the diminishment in land usage intensity is due to the manner of individual operation. Present restaurant versus proposed professional real estate office. First of all, that's not a reason for rezoning. Okay? It's not a reason, step back, not a reason for redesignating one site in the middle of a block that's 1,000 feet long for commercial usage. And keeping in mind that the restaurant is an allowed component of the inn. Then he gets on into talking about the amount of parking necessary. And he speaks to the number of seats in the restaurant and how that triggers the number of parking spaces that are needed. I grant you, if the restaurant is busy, I've been there on a busy night, and I think some of you probably have too. There are cars parked up and down the road, as well as in their parking lot. But he speaks to the need for a certain number of parking spaces to comply. Those parking spaces are not counted separately. This runs counter to what you would expect, but hotels have their own parking standard, and that parking standard covers the incorporated restaurant element. Now, you might say, well, gee, that probably isn't the right way to go about doing it unless we jack up that number a little bit. That's a vagary of our local zoning ordinance, and it is what it is. I've had to work with that on numerous occasions in other cases. But a hotel with a restaurant has a single parking standard, and that property does meet the parking standard. There's a lot of great quotations here of our comp plan, so I appreciate that Mr. Pimentel enjoyed reading it and found good rationale there, but I think he's misapplied a great deal of it. In the end, he gets down to the zone change, and he states his first line on page 12, a zone change is absolutely mandatory in order to realize successful redevelopment of the subject property.
Yeah. That
Property has had, up until recent past, a successful business in it. And saying that a zone change is by saying mandatory, it sounds like it's the only option available. I think it's a bit disingenuous. The applicant could have, although Mr. Zangari explained why, could have asked for a use variance. And a use variance goes to the zoning board, and it's a request to the board to ask to break some of the rules. I'd like to break this rule. I'd like to put an office in this building. It'll remain an R10A building, but I'll put an office in it and I'll do all the nice things that they said they would do. And they've got to convince the zoning board that the whole loss of all beneficial use standard is either met or that there are accommodations made that make sense. That's up to the zoning board. This is where I believe the applicant should have gone. This is the direction I believe the applicant should have taken. And then just getting to the whole concept of, okay, we're only going to agree to one sort of use. 6061, commercial offices up to 3 units. Should that happen, the underlying designation for that lot becomes commercial, and it sticks out like a sore thumb because everything around it stays residential, and it gets rezoned BA. The property next door is a building very much like it, and the property next door to that is a building very much like that. It wouldn't be a vast, jump in my imagination to think that those property owners would also consider coming in and requesting a zone change. And they might not want to limit their usage to one thing. They might just say, hey, there's a BA business zone next to us. We'd like BA business with no limitations. It would be a very difficult discussion for you folks to have, to think about how you might say no to that one, but yes to this one. So, I disagree with Mr. Pimentel. We've disagreed before. We've known each other for many years. We both carry the same credential. I carry an AICP credential. I think mine was earned before his, 1989. And because I know I'm older than he is. And I really truly believe that while I understand the logic they bring forward, the one thing I cannot get over is that we're in a mid-block taking 12,700 square feet of land and trying to say that it is a zone of its own. Very different from what Edge Realty did over at Bonnet Shores Road. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mike. All right, let's go ahead and take some.
Mr. President, could I address one thing that Mr. DeLuca addressed?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. DeLuca made a statement that the applicant should have sought a use variance. It is not Mr. DeLuca's position or anyone else's to tell the applicant how to achieve their goals.
No problem. I got it.
I know that, but I also want to make it clear to the town council that seeking a use variance, you have to show no other beneficial use of the property. That is a standard we could not meet because there is a current use right now. So therefore, the zoning board, if they were meeting their charge and doing what they're supposed to do, should deny us. Even if they didn't deny us, and we went to the board and they said, oh, absolutely, it's a great project, we love it, we're going to give it to you, even though you don't meet the legal standard. That would last about 3 months in court. I would lose on appeal. And I would have to tell my client that we went through all that work for no reason at all. You as the town council are a legislative body. You have the authority as the legislative body for the town to change that zone. And you have the authority as the legislative body to also restrict that small zone as to the use. That is well within your charge and in your power. We're asking you to restrict it. We invite it. It's not going to be a kennel, as was described. That's not going to happen because you're not going to let it happen. It's not going to be a veterinary facility because you're not going to let it happen. Okay? So you have the ability to control these things. There's this theory that's being pushed out here right now that somehow you're going to lose control. And the neighbors, they might want to open up a business in there and be a BA zone. Well, I'll tell you what, if they do, and they have an intense use and you want to lower it, and you think it's a good project, and you want to put restrictions on it, maybe it's the right thing to do. And if it's currently a residence and you don't think it's a good idea, you can deny it, because that's your authority as the legislative body. So this idea, this theory that once you do it once, you'll never be able to undo it, that is incorrect. That is a scare tactic. All right. I don't think you should succumb to that. This is an individual standalone application, these two applications. For this property, in the law and zoning, there is not precedent. Why? Because each piece of land is unique. It is like your fingerprint. There is no other like it. It can be similar, can be in the same area, but they are unique. That is the law of the land. That's why each one has to come before you. So I would submit, again, you have the control, you have the ability to control. We ask you to use that power and control to manage this property and get closer to the goal of the comprehensive plan. You can achieve a lot of good town goals by saying yes. You can keep the status quo and say no. You can keep a semi-blighted building. You can keep that liquor license. You can keep that overflow traffic. You can do all those things. I can't make you do it. But you can say yes, and you can feel good about it. Do you have any other questions for the applicant, for the experts that have testified, or for me?
I'm here.
Thank you very much. If there's anything else, we are here. We'll stay for, obviously, for the public portion as well.
Thank you. Okay, so Dan, who do we have next with their hand raised?
Let's see, eliminating the thing. First one is Chris Lacanoli.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're just gonna have Mark Davis swear you in.
Okay.
Please state your full name and your address, please.
Chris Lackinole, Laccinole, and I live at 23 Oathmar in the Pier.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Chris Lackinole, and as I mentioned, I live in the Pier. Actually, I live 2 streets away from the property at 83 Narragansett Ave. And as I was listening to the testimony, I measured it on Google, and it's less than 500 feet away. I see this property at least half a dozen times a day as I'm driving back and forth to take my son to school or running errands. And I think that probably, like most of you who have driven up and down the street over the years, you've seen one by one the properties over the years have been improved. And because the owners have taken, a significant investment in the improvements, this has made Narragansett Ave a beautiful gateway to our town beach. And so I think it speaks well of the town. And, the one sort of outlier to a lot of these renovations has been this property at 83 Narragansett Ave. And, as I've watched the properties on the street one by one go through the improvement, you almost get the feeling like there was some sort of a master plan in place to be able to allow one by one those improvements. Although I think it's obvious that that's just been organic as it's gone along. But I think that this is an opportunity for the council, and part of the reason why this is a hard challenge that gets brought to the town council is that it needs to take a look at. And so I guess what the petitioner is offering here through remodernization and improving the aesthetics gives the council a chance to at least see the opportunity here that this would be an overall improvement. And so I hope, and I know you're weighing a lot of options here, but I hope you'll approve this request because I think it is reasonable. And I guess I would also mention, by way of history, I was involved and participated in several of the comp plan workups as these plans through my participation in the former Economic Development Committee. And I think that, I guess I would hope that you'd be mindful of the fact not to stick entirely to the rubrics of the comp plan, and also look at the spirit of the plan, which is what's best for the town here. And it seems like there's a lot of improvement that the petitioner, Sally Lapidus, is offering, which would make that drive along Narragansett Ave just a little bit more appealing and has an economic multiplier effect with all the dollars that are being invested in that property. So I hope you'll consider it, and I thank you all for your time, and I congratulate all of you on your election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Who do we have next, Dan?
Next is Stephen Glazer.
Can you folks hear me?
We can. Would you please state your name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Sure. Stephen, spelled with a PH, Glazer, Glazer, 6 Pier Marketplace.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Well, there's been an awful lot said tonight, and I really don't want to retread the same path. I live down the street. I think this would be a nice use for that property. I'm in favor of the application, both on the change of the comp plan and the zone change. The less intensive use, I think, would be positive. I'm extremely impressed with the expert witness and his analysis. I've had a passing contact with planning and zoning here in Narragansett myself, having been on the board for 8 or 9 years. And I understand the catch-22 position of going for the use variance, of having to prove an impossibility that there is no other beneficial use. It just leads to a lawsuit. There's no place to go that way. So I think the applicant is using the right direction here to get to where she wants to get. I could tell from the initial comments of a couple of the council folk that your problems were really not that this would be a good change, but you weren't thrilled about the process of getting there. But I think that should explain it, that this is a legitimate way to get there, where the other just invites litigation, even if the zoning board was inclined to fudge the requirement that there was no other beneficial use. So without anything further, I am in favor of both this application and the one that's about to follow. And thank you for allowing me the time.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Karen Shipshalowitz.
Hello, Karen. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Shabshelowitz, SHABSHELOWITZ, 63 Wanda Street, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My concern is reconstructing the comprehensive plan. And Desmond Tutu once said, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And I'm concerned that reconstructing the comprehensive plan, which I've participated in a number of times, is just opening the door for other changes. What's to say, and I'm not making this a personal thing, because I think a lot of decisions made by this town are made on the basis of relationship or knowing the people. I don't know the people. But what I do know, living on Wanda Street, one street away for 32 years, is there have been a number of changes. The planning board would say one thing, and then they'd hire a lawyer, and the zoning board would overturn what the planning board said. And now this seems like a new way to get your foot in the door. And again, this is not personal, but the house down the bottom of the street, Caswell and Wanda, was originally a one-family house. And they kept changing it. Now it's like filled with rental property that was added on. There used to be a doctor's house on the corner of Narragansett Avenue and Caswell. They convinced the town that they needed to add parking and a ramp. And a few years later, that property was sold and it turned into another rooming house. And what there have been a number of changes on Wanda Street where they hire a politically connected lawyer. The lawyer argues a good case and they get changes. And then the whole area is changing as far as you're not entitled to light. In other words, they can build a building right next to your end of your property and it blocks your light. So it is affecting the residents of the town that live nearby. And even though this person may be very honest and plan to do her real estate or whatever there, who's to say in a few years she won't change it? And that opportunity is now open to other people, like it was mentioned, like a kennel or something else. And you have no control over that because you've already changed the zoning. And my concern is just changing comprehensive plans and then starting very bad precedents, as has been done on Narragansett, on Wanda Street. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Jesse, oh, sorry. So is there any way we could have Terry speak on this?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
He's having some issues. I'm gonna unmute him manually and see if that works.
Hello.
We got you, Terry.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I don't know what's going on, but I appreciate it. Terry Fleming, Mark, do I need to be sworn in? Hello?
Terry,
Yep.
I don't think it's necessary, but out of precaution, why don't we do it? Why don't you state your name and your address?
Terrence Fleming, 38 Bedford Circle.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, folks. Terry Fleming from the Planning Board. Just want to clarify quickly what the planning, you're in receipt of the Planning Board recommendations, both on the comp plan and the zone change. It was 4-1 recommended denial by the Planning Board. 4 members that voted to recommend denial felt strongly about the issue, felt strongly about the rationale that's included in the summary that was sent to you. The 1 board member that voted in favor of it spoke to the design, didn't speak to land use. He liked it because of the design. We had a lot of discussion about that, but that was how he ultimately voted. But the other 4 members felt strongly that this was not appropriate. And I'll just make a couple of points Mr. DeLuca made. I think so many good relevant points about this. And as you've established through a couple council members' questions, we didn't receive the consultant's report or the real estate expert's report, which is a bit disconcerting because Planning Board feels strongly in its responsibility to vet everything that's going to be vetted to you, and to have other information introduced is a bit disconcerting, but that's what it is. I think one of the issues that came up that we just need to discuss is the issue of design and historic use. Folks, this is in a historic district. If anybody takes any kind of action on the front of that building and reconstruction, it's going to have to go before the Historic District Commission. I understand there's a nice design in front of the town now, but the Planning Board thinks you need to look at land use, not the design. The design will come if at some point someone's going to renovate that building and they have to go in front of the Historic District Commission. So that can't be, in our view, at least in 4 of our views, can't be the be all and end all for approving this. Secondly, it's been mentioned before, but I have to, and Ms. Bonanno was on the council when we passed the 217 comp plan. This was not a stretch of property that went unnoticed in the 2017 comp plan. This was a point of emphasis. Along with 4 or 5 other neighborhoods in town, do we recommend mixed use, mixed commercial and residential use? We spent a considerable amount of time, not just the Planning Board, the public. We had over 30 public meetings in the comp plan process for 2017. Obviously not all related to this issue, but also including this issue. And the council, as Ms. Bonanno can attest, spent a number of hours vetting this. This was a point of emphasis along with 4 or 5 other neighborhoods. The Planning Board, the public, and the council felt this area should not be compromised by having any more commercial properties in there, that it's a gateway to the town. There are 4 gateways to the town, 2 of which, in my opinion, are not very aesthetically pleasing. This is the nicest gateway to the town. Coming down from the Rotary, all the way heading to the beach. We wanted this, and the town wanted this to remain residential. Now that it's in the historic district, so much the better. But this was not something that passed through, slipped through the cracks, wasn't addressed. Understand, not that long ago, 2017, this was a point of emphasis. The other thing that I have to point out is we do spot zoning. Of course, spot zoning is legal. We understand that. Spot zoning is done with great caution and with much trepidation. Michael made a great point. This is a lot right in the middle of the district. It's not what was up at Bonnet, which is the 4th corner of 3 commercial corners and the end of the district, a transitional zone. This is completely different. It's right in the middle. You don't do spot zoning like that. If you want to change the whole zone, that's a different discussion, but you don't do spot zoning. And to limit it to 1 use, believe me, this applicant, I have every belief that she is completely sincere in what she wants to do and maintain this forever and a day. But the responsibility of the Planning Board, and more importantly of the council, is to look to the future, anticipate the unanticipated consequences, consider worst case scenarios, and what if. The fact of the matter is properties don't remain what they were originally set out to be. It happens all the time. You have to anticipate that this may change use. And I can tell you, and I think that real estate people, if there's experts that want to give testimony, if you have one use and the owner has to market this property in the future, they're going to come back and say, I can't market this with one use. I don't have enough buyers out there. I have to expand the use. And guess what, folks? Then you're back to the same discussion you are today. 84 uses, 81 uses for a BA zone. Because I have every belief that this applicant wants to maintain this forever and a day, but it's your responsibility and ours to say, that may not be the case. We have to anticipate what might happen. And if what's going to happen is somebody needs to put a property on the market with one use, it's going to be hard to market. I'm not saying they can't. It's going to be hard to market. And we've seen it in the past. People come back to us and say, you got to open it up. You got to open it up. So please consider that. Michael made all the points about the comp plan. Please consider what we did back in 2017 as a point of emphasis for this stretch. And that's all I have. If anybody has any questions, I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Terry. Anyone have any questions for Terry? Okay, let's go back to the public. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Nancy.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Nancy. Would you state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Yes, my name is Nancy DiNuccio, DE N-U-C-C-I-O. I'm at 8 Vanderbilt Drive.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand?
Sure,
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I will.
Thank you.
So I just have a brief statement. I really can't speak to the appropriateness of the business being compatible with a comprehensive plan. And I really do hear what Mike DeLuca and Terry have said. I can only speak as a resident, and I like the idea of a real estate business at this location because, as stated earlier, most real estate business is conducted in the field. So I'm not worried about traffic or parking. I don't think that a lovely renovated building at this location could be anything but an improvement in this, what I see as a mixed-use neighborhood. Certainly better than an inn or a restaurant. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Nancy. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Hello, Stanley. Would you please state your whole name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Stan Wojciechowski, WOJCIECHOWSKI, 1044 Boston Neck Road.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
It just looks like a no-brainer to me. You know, this is one of the things that really came out here as a safety issue. You know, I can just see future restaurants and booze, people drunk, going out there, getting in their car, it's parked on a road, and now we have an accident, somebody's gonna get hurt. And that's the first issue I see. You want to be responsible if somebody got hurt because it's used for a restaurant where drunken people are on the road and on the sidewalk. That's number one. Hearing that we're substituting an inn for an office, what a fantastic idea. Talk about reducing the impact on a whole neighborhood. Cars parked all over all the other streets, driving all over the streets, strangers driving all over the streets. When it's being used as an inn, it just seems like a no-brainer for an office. I can understand if you had an office building with numerous offices, we got a problem. But let me tell you, I've seen this residential office up here in the North End. I've driven by there many times, even before the pandemic. And there's very few cars parked in front of that office. I used to wonder is how are they doing business? You know, I mean, I don't know how many agents, like I just found out 20 agents or whatever, but you know, you're lucky to see 3, 4 cars there during a meeting maybe. So the use, a number of cars, people there is minimal in this specific office issue. You know, it's just, it's been proven by Edge Realty, which has bought this college home up here on Boston Neck Road. Everybody was excited about how bad it was going to be. This Edge Realty office here, you very seldom see more than 2 or 3 cars, very seldom. So you're talking about a minimum of activity. And of course, she's saying, with this COVID, I guess there'll be even less. But I drive by here and there's no college kids driving out on the road that you have to be careful about. It's just a fantastic thing. If we're going to have anything there, a minimum activity real estate office is definitely the thing to do. And then I can say, you know, if they want to make changes for whatever reason, sales or whatever, just refuse them, just like you're doing now. They're going to have to come before the boards again and do it. Well, if they want to get a higher impact issue out there, you have the choice to refuse them. The board, the zoning board, the council, refuse a high impact use, but allow this minimum impact use. I was driving down that road, and many times a little afraid all those cars parked in front of that restaurant. And even I went in there a couple of times and trying to get in and out of there with cars all over the place in there. It was a disaster. So I'm thoroughly for this. And whatever restrictions you put on there, you can look them over. I mean, it looks like they're going to take all these restrictions and utilize them to make it perfect. Like you say, a restaurant with all the smoke and all this other stuff that you're dealing with is so negative. I would welcome, I think the neighbors would welcome having no smoke from the ovens, if nothing else. So there's all kinds of positives here with you having the option to stop any future disaster that somebody might want. Please allow this to happen for the safety of the residents in this town. Safety, based on that alone, this should happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley.
Next, we have Joe Notarantonio.
Hello, Joe. Would you please state your entire name, spell your long last name there?
Okay.
And provide your address, please.
Yes, Joe Notarantonio, Notarantonio, and I live at 51 Narragansett Avenue.
Joe, would you please raise your right hand?
It's raised.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks, Joe.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and as chair of the Narragansett Pier Residents Association. This morning, we submitted a petition consisting of 25 Narragansett Pier residents whose signatures on 6 pages, many of whom live on Narragansett Avenue, objecting to the request by Sally Lapidis to amend the comprehensive plan and zoning map for 83 Narragansett Avenue, changing it from R10A to BA zoning district. The planning department recommended the planning board reject this request, and they did so via a 4-to-1 vote. Please follow this recommendation and reject this request. As our petition states, we are not opposed to the use of this as a real estate office, but rather than an inn or restaurant, providing this can be done via a use variance that does not set a precedence for future requests to modify the status of residential Narragansett Avenue properties. As the planning department pointed out on its December 8th, 2020 letter, recommending the planning board reject this request. The 27 comprehensive plan designates Narragansett Avenue as to high to moderate density residential use. We need to preserve this designation. Over recent years, residential properties on the avenue have been substantially improved. The ongoing This House renovation at number 80 highlights the value derived from inclusion of the entire Central Pier into the historic district. This, together with many other recent historic renovations, have improved Narragansett Pier values and its lifestyle. These projects celebrate the rich history of the pier. NPRA members do not want this trend impeded or diluted by the Lapidis' request. Finally, we submitted an ethics complaint to Solicitor Mark Davis on Friday concerning the door-to-door solicitation of Councilman Patrick Murray. He has been conducting in support of this project. In addition to simply abstaining from the vote, it is unethical for him to openly submit support for the project where he stands to benefit financially as an agent for the buyer and the seller and as an employer. Any resident petitions of support he submits should be discarded and not considered. Excuse me. Thank you. And I would like the council to get that opinion from Solicitor Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is someone referring to themselves as town council.
Hi, Catherine. Would you please state your whole name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court, Celeberto. I don't know why it's coming up as town council. I'm on my Zoom sign-in, so.
Catherine, could you please provide your address?
Yep, 48 Earls Court.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
First, I would like to clarify something. Someone who wants to speak on this matter has to speak twice. Is that correct? Because right now, what is before the council is should or should not the comprehensive plan be amended. Is that correct? And that's what we're supposed to be speaking to, correct?
Right.
Okay. So I'm just going to speak to that right now. I'm not exactly a fan of the comprehensive plan. I don't feel that the way it's been implemented is resident friendly. So I don't really have a problem with amending it in certain places. That said, two very important reports didn't go before the planning board. So I don't know how they can make a decision or really make a recommendation that you people can pay attention to, because two pieces of information, they didn't have it when they made their decision. Third, there's something on page 98 of the attachments to the agenda. It says, if consistency is demonstrated with the future land use map, the comprehensive plan does not have to be amended. This is what it says on page 98. Could somebody address this? Is this true, not true? Is it somebody's opinion? Are we talking about amending the comprehensive plan, but maybe we don't have to? I'd like an answer to that.
Thank you. Mike,
Okay.
DeLuca, do you have any insight into that?
I don't have that page open right now. I could go to it. I believe that is the reference made by Mr. Zangari as it relates to the interpretation of the Superior Court. Hang on just a moment. Maybe not.
We can come back to you if you like, if you have any info on that.
Yeah, I mean, there are times, let me just give you a little more context background. There are times when a zone change does not need a comp plan amendment. Let's say if someone was recommending changing an R20 residential property to an R10, and they wanted to achieve a higher density. In the comp plan land use map, those two zones are aggregated together in one color. It's actually brown on the map. And same thing with commercial. Sometimes you want to change a zone to allow for certain type of commercial. We have BA, BB, BC. They might not need a comp plan amendment. One thing that Mr. Zangari said was that, if the zoning that's proposed meets, has a reasonable relationship to public health, safety, and welfare, then the comp plan has been met. So I don't know why he's asking for a comp plan amendment, but that's up to him to answer for you. I can't help you there.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that's in page 96 of the attachments,
Oh,
actually, in Mr. Pimentel's report. It's not a report from the town, so that would be the opinion of the applicant's expert, not either myself or Mr. DeLuca. If that answers.
But is it a valid opinion?
It's Mr. Pimentel's opinion. I'll leave it up to the council to decide whether it's valid or not.
Thank you.
Dan, who do we have next?
Next is, I'm sorry, the last time, this one is the town council person.
All right.
Hello?
Hello, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
My name is Laura Huger, Huger. I live at 77 Narragansett Avenue.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
I chose Narragansett to raise my son in because it's such a quiet and beautiful place. It's safe. We live so close to the school, to the beach, and seeing the renovations across the street it's just outstanding. I walk my son to school quite frequently, and you have in after in after in. The one that we're in discussion about, it's as if it's a swinging door. There are constantly people out there partying, beer cans, and I have a 4-year-old. He's been woken up at night because of the noise. The fire department has been there multiple times, and it's been spoken about safety and that this is a historic town. And preserving that building in the way that's being presented is an absolutely great idea. It will take away from, the risk of a fire. And that could happen at any point in time. And I would really love to see this happen and to see that building renovated and maintain the quiet. I can walk outside in the morning and hear the ocean, but I can't do that in the summer. We have college kids next door, and then we have that next door to that. And there are plenty of houses that surround me closely that have small children that go to school with my son as well. And to maintain the quiet, the cleanliness, it's spoken about, with the restaurant and people drinking. I don't want to walk my son out at night, when there's people from who knows where drinking and all of that. That doesn't create the ambiance of what Narragansett is. And I think that this plan will maintain the thought of what this town is. Long pause. I think I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know it's late. I didn't want to ramble on, but I appreciate everybody spending their time and really considering this. It's very important to all the residents, and maintaining this town as it is,
All right, thank you. Have a good night. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Ron Catanzaro.
Hello, Ron. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Certainly. Ronald Catanzaro, Catanzaro, 17 Atlantic Ave, and my right hand is raised.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to weigh in as a recent resident in Narragansett. I purchased a 120-year-old house on Atlantic Ave in 2018. Spent the better part of all of 2019 renovating that home with the help of the Historic District and Mike DeLuca, and was exactly part of why we wanted to be in Narragansett in the pier, for the charm and the neighborhood feel of the pier. And so that's why we're here. And I wanted you to at least hear from one of the people that have done a recent, very expensive renovation. To do historical renovations is not a light undertaking. And so it's something that you need to be considered. Also, I think the fact that we have that historic renovation and the Historic District Committee and Narragansett Ave, and seeing other houses like me going through that process, is exactly why I moved here. I want to walk by homes like that, especially the one with this old house, and what that gentleman's doing down there. I think it's great. I'd also like to speak a little bit to what seems to be a little circular logic in terms of the proposed use. The applicant said they outgrew their office space, but then in the same time tells that because of the new COVID, that there won't be anybody going to the office. So how do you outgrow an office space that's now going to be empty and have only one administrator in it? So I'm a little confused as to the circular logic on the need for a bigger space. And then thirdly, apparently that's the only restaurant in Narragansett that is an absolute fire hazard and a potential disaster. Does Narragansett have any other restaurants, any fire codes, any types of rules and regulations around restaurants? The rhetoric around this thing being a fire hazard, a disaster, beer cans spilling all over. I'm a 2-minute walk from that restaurant. I've walked it several times when it was a Mexican restaurant. I have yet to trip over a beer can on that street. And I walk every single day with my special needs son, who loves to go around the major block and take pictures of the fire station. That's what we do. We do that at least once or twice a day. So, some of the other things that are going on in terms of the conversations here concern me, because it doesn't seem like it's really based in reality. So thank you for the time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Dr. Alba.
Hold up again. I guess that's a no. I'd love to be on the council and ask questions of people.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Albert. Can you please state your name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Yeah, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes, it's raised, yeah.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm all support of small business, and I love small business. My dad was a small businessman, as you all know. But on the other hand, we also have to take into account what Mr. DeLuca said and Mr. Fleming said, and the gentleman who just spoke previously to me speaking right now, that we have to weigh the pros and the cons of changing any kind of zoning. And I think if maybe they can get a non-conforming use or just a special use permit without changing the zoning. I think Mr. DeLuca was referring to something like this. I think that might be the way to go. And that way they'll be able to still use their business. Some people even have houses. I know that residential, but then they'll have part of that house zoned as office, so they could actually have operate real estate. In fact, I think Kevin and his wife, they had their own real estate. They had a real estate sign outside of their house. So I think some of their house, I think it was, I'm trying to think of their last names now. Kevin and I can't recall, but there was a real estate house on, I think, Narragansett Avenue, which was residential, and they had a small area which they actually had an office space in there for their residential. On that note, so I think it's important, we do want to, because I think it could open up a can of worms, because the reality is none of us live forever. And while this lady wants to have, or this client, this person who's the petitioner, wants to have it as real estate. Now, who's to say down the road that might not open up a can of worms? And if, like Mr. DeLuca said, if we allow this person to get this zoning changed, then the other properties down the road will be able to follow suit. So, but on that note, I do applaud Mr. Fleming and Mr. DeLuca in their safeguards. And I hope when on the January 25th, when we talk about the bulk zoning amendments, that we also take due diligence and care in regards to also not allowing these dorm size houses being built in residential areas as well. Because to me, these dorm size houses are also commercial. A lot of them are built for commercial needs, for renting. And to me, that's also problematic when you have people who are in residential areas have these commercial properties for renting out for summertime, whatever. That's problematic as well. So I do agree with Mr. DeLuca and Mr. Fleming, and thank you so much for your time. And I also want to thank you for the wonderful proclamation which was presented, and thank you, Susan. That was so nice of you to do that for my dad today. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. So we have 3 people left with their hand up. We're gonna take those last 3 speakers and then close the public hearing. So Dan, who's next?
Next is Vin Fraioli.
Hello, Vin. Please.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Vincent Fraioli, Fraioli, and I own the property at 1007 Boston Neck Road, which is also known as Edge Realty.
Would you, Vin, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
Wait, my right hand, is that the one with my watch on it, or the other one? Okay, right hand, yeah, I always tell the truth.
Okay, thank you.
I get in trouble for telling the truth, okay.
All right, you won't get in trouble tonight.
Okay, great. So before I begin my statement about my support of Sally Lapidis, I have to say 2 things. Susan Cicilline, buon anno. Buon anno means Happy New Year. What a great person to have right now. And the other thing, I heard the name Alba when I opened up, and Guy Alba was my barber on Smith Street. And my uncle Junior, who was a veteran, he ran the Army Reserves, just passed away. So I was very, very, very moved to hear that as I opened up the meeting tonight. Very moved. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the matter at hand, which is the building on what Sally Lapidis would like to buy. I own Edge Realty, and you've mentioned it tonight. And I have to say this, that in my former days as a younger person, I was on the State Council of the Arts as a liaison to the state and the arts. And I also was on the Providence Cultural Arts Committees when residential properties just like began. And I've watched Sally Lapidis build her company and build these beautiful buildings. Architecturally, they fit into the organism. They enhanced the organism. They are staying powers. Residential properties does not buy and sell properties and leave them. They're here to stay, and they have exquisite taste. And you guys know, and some of you mentioned what I've done on the corner of Bonnet Shores Road. And you know what? When I was a kid, basically, before I was in real estate, that's what I did in the arts. So I've carried it on into my, I don't want to tell you how old I am, but I'm has a 6 in front of it. And that's what I've done. So, you know, here I am, a competitor of residential properties. They're my competitors. And I'm just, I'm standing up and giving a shout out and a thumbs up to whatever they want to do. Whatever they do, whatever they do extremely well in architecture, in taste, in sensitivity to the environment, the ambiance, the neighborhood. And that's why I'm here. So that's what I have to say.
Happy New Year, Ben.
Buon anno.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dan. So we have 2 left. Who's Mike Riley next?
He is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Michael G. Riley, R-I-L-E-Y, 25 Wildfield Farm Road, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Do I just start talking now?
You can start talking, yes.
What an amazing night. I turned on this hearing right at the very beginning and saw this new council, which I love, by the way, saw this new council kind of one after the other be very skeptical about this particular proposal and hearing. And then I hear people who I respect, like Mr. DeLuca and Mr. Fleming, talk about the legal side of this and the comprehensive plan and so forth. But I can't help but think the presentation and some of the commentary from the public lead me to believe that this change should take place somehow or some way, that even the people who are against this project are for it with a little tweak here or a little tweak there. I think I heard the Narragansett Peer Association, which had a 25-person protest or some kind of a petition. They even said they wouldn't mind if there was just a little change made, if it could only not change the comprehensive plan. So somehow there has to be a discussion between the great minds of DeLuca and Fleming, our council who wants to do the best for this town, to get this project so it can be done and also protect what we all want with Narragansett Avenue, which is a beautiful entrance to our town. There needs to be more work on this. I kept thinking, you know, send this back to the planning board because they didn't hear all of the evidence that you heard tonight. In fact, I don't think the council heard it. Some of the evidence and the testimony before tonight, and the planning board didn't hear it before tonight. And I know that if I was on the council, I'd be scratching my head right now on what to do. So, and I also believe that Patrick Murray should definitely not be involved in this conversation and was properly abstained. So that's it. I just wanted to put in my feeling. I think we need to get this thing done as described. I just don't know how to do it. That's it.
Thank you. Dan, who's the last speaker?
Last speaker is Peter H.
Peter, are you able to unmute? All right. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so I guess there's some technical difficulties there for Peter. I'm going to ask him to unmute, and we'll wait a couple more seconds to see if that works. Nope. Okay. All right, so that will conclude the public comment portion of the hearing. So we can go about this a few different ways. We can do a motion to close the public hearing and take why don't we go ahead and close the public hearing, and then we'll do a council discussion. So is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
All right, is there a second?
A second.
All right, all in favor, Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Wojciechowski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Jessica Q, aye. Motion approved 4-0. Next, we have a motion to receive the planning board's recommendation. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to receive the planning board's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Deb.
Thanks. All in favor? Start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Wojciechowski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Jessica Q, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Just a quick question, either for Mark or Terry. We have a motion to approve or deny the amendment request. We'll probably have some council discussion before we vote on that. Should we keep Diane here for the public record?
Oh, yeah.
For the second motion. Do we have a second? Sorry.
I just want to make sure we do this the right way. Because this is within the public hearing still, right? Well, we closed it. But do we need to keep Diane as the stenographer for this portion?
I would recommend keeping the stenographer throughout your discussion and vote.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so is there a motion to approve or deny this amendment request?
In Narragansett at the end of December.
The motion?
And
okay, so do we want to, all right, so we're not going to vote on this tonight. That we can schedule this for another night. We have that later in the agenda. Or we can, during that item, we could decide to refer this back to the planning board if we wanted to do that. All right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on a request from Sally Lapidus, applicant, and JJ Properties LLC owner to amend the zoning map of Chapter 731, the Narragansett Code of Ordinances for Assessors Plat C, Lot 344-B, 83 Narragansett Avenue, from an R10 zoning district to a PA zoning district. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make the motion.
All right, second by Eva. All in favor, Susan, start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Trzynski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Just a few aye, motion approved 4-0. So the public hearing is open. And if Mr. Zangari would like to start us off, feel free. Dan, do you have to unmute him?
I think he can unmute himself, but nope.
I just did. How's that? Mr. President, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
The evidence that we would submit would be the same for this application as it was for the previous. So I don't know that there would be any benefit in putting the witnesses back on to reiterate what they've already said. Obviously, if there's a specific question to this application that you would like to ask, we are here, we are available. If even if in regard to the last application, certainly we're available for that as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. So since we have the public hearing open, I know that there was a question from one of the last speakers about, is it necessary to amend the comprehensive plan? I know she was specifically waiting to comment on the zoning amendment. So we will go ahead and take the 3 people that have their hand raised from the public. We'll go ahead and take those for public comment, and then we'll close the public hearing. So Dan, who do we have to start?
First is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Hello, Stanley. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address once again.
Stan Wojciechowski, Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I have owned a home in the center of Narragansett for many years. My daughter also has a home there. So I am close to this area. And I respect this area intensely. We, many times we drive numerous times into town, through town, and we have a love for the center of Narragansett. So I just hope that government can find a way to approve the zoning modification to allow this to happen for the public safety and welfare of everyone. Safety and welfare. Can we modify our laws, our restrictions? Can we modify? Can we put the restrictions needed on there so that we can allow this to happen? Is government so tight that they can't find a way, can't find the words, there's got to be an answer. For government to just sit there and say, can't be done. Laws say can't be done, can't be done, can't be done. That is not the will of the people. The will of the people in Narragansett would be, let's find a way to improve our safety and welfare and modify the laws, put the restrictions needed, do what you have to do to accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Catherine Ciliberto.
Catherine, if you would just once again state your name, spell your last name, provide your address.
Catherine Ciliberto, Celeberto, 48 Earls Court.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, now I understand we're speaking on, should we amend the zoning? This is what is before the town council right now, correct?
Correct.
Two different issues, and people just seem to be mixing them up. So I'll speak to, should the zoning on this lot be changed to, if I'm not mistaken, they want BA 6061 limited use professional offices, correct? That's my understanding. And frankly, I think changing the zoning for this particular property will have, as other people have said, and I hate to repeat them, but less of an impact on the neighborhood and specifically on the sewer and water system. It wasn't that long ago that Westmoreland was closed to new hookups. Our sewer system, especially Westmoreland plant, is overburdened. Our water system, I don't know what's going on. We had so many water bans last year, it was ridiculous. A real estate office is going to be less of an impact on the sewer and water system. But I think that a professional office, which allows only 3 uses, would be acceptable if this could be written in such a way that Ms. Lapidus is going to be kept to her representation, that she wants to use this building for real estate offices. And I think this can be done if it's all in writing, if it's deeded, And, you can, let's face it, you can make it as tight as you want to make it. And it doesn't open a Pandora's box if you do that. And some people think that changing the zone on this lot is going to set a precedent, but to me, the precedent which will be set is if you want to do business in Narragansett, you're going to have to do it legally. Because right now on that street, people are conducting business illegally, and that's plain. You can't have a gas station in a residential zone. I don't even know how the heck that happened. But you are now going to hold Ms. Lapidus to a standard that you're not holding other people to. And since she's willing to agree to that, I can't see the harm. Do I like the idea that a lot it will go from residential to business? No, me of all people don't like that at all. But given the circumstances in this particular property, I think it's the best fit going forward. The only thing I'd like to say is there's going to be an owner's apartment on the 3rd floor. It's a big old building, was built in the 1880s. I looked it up. This means that there's no fire stops in the wall. We have a very small fire department, 8 people on duty at any given time. A 3rd floor apartment. I would expect Ms. Lapidus to abide by any recommendations the fire marshal makes as far as life safety is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Harry Schofield.
Harold, would you please state your full names, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Yes, Harry Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue, Narragansett.
Would you spell your last name, please?
Schofield.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, I am here tonight to speak as our chair, Joe Notar Antonio, did at the last hearing on behalf of the Narragansett Pier Residents Association. First of all, in response to the last comment, the gas station, the subject property at 83 Narragansett Avenue and the surf shop are grandfathered in, as everyone knows, in their respective situations. I want to first of all, support our chair, Joe Notar Antonio, in his comments at the last hearing. And I want to specifically state that, Ms. Lapidus' history, as a business person in Rhode Island is irrelevant here. I want to say that the condition of the building itself is irrelevant here. It doesn't matter how lightly used or heavily used it's been in the past. What matters here, as has been pointed out at the last meeting and by Planning Director DeLuca, is the fact that the current comprehensive plan basically registers Narragansett Avenue as a residential street. It's a residential street by the latest edition of the comprehensive plan. The expert testimony of real estate people in the last public hearing that just closed is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what people think should be a Narragansett Avenue. The 2017 Narragansett plan says that it's a residential street. There have been tremendous improvements in Narragansett Avenue over the last few years as a residential street, as our chair, Joe, Notar Antonio pointed out, and those should be honored. That's what matters. What matters is the fact that the residents of Narragansett Avenue maintain a residential street there. And, if we need more commercial development in the pier, we have what's known as Pier Village. And once and for all, this town council should deal once and for all with fixing Pier Village. The Narragansett Pier Residents Association solicited a proposal. You all have a copy of from Union Studios. Take a top-down look at it and come up with a plan that's devoid of opinion, and let experts look at what could be there, and then take issue with owners and so forth as to how to deal with it. but we do not need to change the zoning of Narragansett Avenue. We, again, are not opposed to a real estate office if a use variance can be achieved to achieve it. But to change the zoning on Narragansett Avenue, specifically for the purpose of one person's goals, is to put everyone else on that avenue at risk. That's what you're facing here. You're putting everyone else at that avenue at risk if you approve this for one person whose goals are to bring about a change in the usage of a building. Again, as we've said, if you can do it as a usage variance, fine. But if it takes a zoning change, you should reject it. Again, it doesn't matter the people who own it, the people who want to buy it, their business attributes, their background in business is irrelevant. The 2017 comprehensive plan says it's residential. It should stay residential. And if there's a way to accommodate a real estate office, which we support in concept by a use variance, then fine. But if it can't be done by that means, you should reject it, because residents do not want a change to zoning on Narragansett Avenue. Again, that's been vetted. It's been concluded that Narragansett Avenue is a residential street. It should remain a residential street, and it doesn't need special interest or real estate interest introduced here to try to change the will of that statement in the comprehensive plan or the residents. I just want to say one other thing. We have filed with the town solicitor, as our chairman said, a complaint against Councilman, Murray, for openly soliciting and going door to door, in spite of the fact that he has to gain here support for this particular program. And any support he has communicated to you folks on the town council should be ignored. We believe that he is in violation of ethics codes in doing this. And we feel that any support he's garnered in this way should be ignored. We believe he is in ethics violation. He is to gain either way on this. And his performance is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so there are two people with their hand up that had it up for the last public hearing that we weren't able to get to. So let's go ahead and take those last two speakers and then close this. Yeah, thank you.
Next is Sydney Ghazi.
All right.
Hi there, I'm here.
Hello, Sydney, please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Sydney Ghazi, Gozzi, 35 Caliph Ave, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm weighing in on this situation because I feel like it is in direct correlation to what we are dealing with in the Point Judith Avenue's parking situation. And I could not agree more with the last two speakers because I am very concerned about the existing zoning for changes for one person to manipulate an entire agenda on their behalf. And I'm speaking about Patrick Murray. I find it really disheartening to know that there is a town council member that is both the selling and the listing agent, and who also owns a property, which is at 77 Narragansett Ave, not too far from the one we're talking about. And yet we have to fight for our own benefits and our own rights on our streets in the Point Judith Avenue area for just keeping people off of our streets and parking and destroying our property. And nobody takes any consideration into that. And I would like my opinion known. I am also somebody that is looking to start a business in Narragansett. I've owned a home there for 16 years, and I would like to start a private practice in my field. And so I recognize the concerns of the person that is trying to open their residential properties selling office. But you know what, from what I understand is, I think Patrick Murray works for that person. So that makes me very concerned that our town council might be a little biased in that regard. So thank you for my time, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you. All right, Dan, the last speaker, Catherine Cloney.
Correct.
Probably back. It was a detriment in the end. We're going to say that.
Hello, Catherine. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
It's Catherine Cloney, Cloney, and I live at 63 West Bay Drive in Narragansett.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Yes, I'm a Narragansett resident. I moved here 20 years ago. I work as a sales agent for residential properties. I joined their company 2 years ago. And previously, I worked as an agent at Lila Delman for 12 years. I have a 14-year broker sales history in the Pier area. And I fully support Sally Lapidus and their residential properties for this building. I've seen the plans. I think that the preservation is a beautiful rendering of what could happen with that building. And like a previous speaker, I drive by that building probably 3-4 times a day going in and out of town. And I think that it really would I think the drawings and the improvement would be a really good thing. Listening to other speakers tonight, talking about our present location on Boston Road and the use. And especially since COVID, yes, very few of us are in the office all at one time. I've represented clients buying and selling in Narragansett, and we would love to be able to bring somebody into a beautiful office and show them the ocean. Our job every day is to help assist clients to find a home. Promote Narragansett is what we do day in, day out. And, we work with clients from Connecticut, New York, Boston. We want to show our town. We want to show our town in a good light. And we want to have a nice place to sit down with a client and talk and be able to be in a nice environment in a nice building. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, unless there are any comments or thoughts from the council, we can go ahead and take a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, wait, sorry, Mike DeLuca, go ahead. I will, yep, you're good.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't go on at length like I did earlier. I want to make some summary statement, though. And I first want to start off by saying to Ms. Lapidus, I have no objection to the business. And I've encountered over the years real estate agencies that do a really great job. Look at what Mr. Fraioli did over at the Bonnet Shore site. It's great. But this is not about the beauty of the building. And I noted that in your application, we have about 75 pages of architectural drawings from J.P. Couture, which are beautiful. But this is not what that's about. It's not about limiting the use and the hours of the operation. It's not about the restricted use. It is about meeting the goals of the comprehensive plan. Now, one of the things that council members need to know is, and if Dan, if you would open up the security so I could share my screen, I'd like to just give everybody a visual. Please let me know.
You should be all set.
Okay. Okay, so here's the map that was in the advertisement in the newspaper. This is the zoning map. I want to put this into perspective, folks. Narragansett Avenue is right here. Here's Pier Village. The lot in question is right here, but all these other lots are zoned R10A. All these lots are zoned R10, and all these lots are zoned R10, all the way over to where I'm sitting right now in Town Hall. So we want to take and punch a hole out of the donut. If we're going to do that, then we can't do it without making the change to the comprehensive plan land use map also. So to answer, I think answering Ms. Celebrato's question, if you're going to decide to make the zone change, you also have to make the decision to make this comp plan change for commercial, where all around it shows high density residential. That's what's at stake right here. The discussion about neighborhood impacts and beer cans and noise at the restaurants is not relevant to the discussion of what we are looking for in the comprehensive plan. And if we do want to consider this, then what really needs to be done, I said it briefly before, I just want to reemphasize it. We should be taking a larger look, looking at the entire street, the length of the road, and deciding if we want to pick on this parcel and maybe several adjoining it and the one across the street that has the surf shop in it, and creating its own little commercial zone in the center of the block. Then at least we are creating a zone. My objection and my strong feelings here are that a single lot, no matter what Mr. Zangari says, in this circumstance cannot be approved and does constitute spot zoning that I do believe would be, could be challenged. But it is certainly not something I can support, and the planning board didn't support it either. So let us remember that we're looking at a single parcel here. Let us also think about the idea of looking bigger picture. It would be a whole lot easier, a whole lot nicer to have this discussion with the property owners on Narragansett Avenue, with the potential businesses that could be moving in there, and determining that a significant change to the Narragansett Avenue comp plan map, and then also the zoning map could be done. With that, I'll sign off. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so before we take a motion to close the public, well, why don't we close it and we can have discussion?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. all in favor?
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-0. Next, we have a motion to receive the planning board's recommendation. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to receive the planning board's recommendation.
Second.
Second by Eva. All in favor, start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-0. So now, if we choose to, we have a motion to approve or deny the amendment request. Is there a motion? All right, so no motion to take action tonight on that. All right, so the public hearing portion of the evening is concluded. Now we will go back to open forum, continue open forum. So again, open forum is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. If you've already spoken, please do not raise your hand to do so again. And these should be for items that are not on the agenda this evening. And if this is about the public hearing, you've already spoken on that. So Dan, who do we have first?
First is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Stanley, please state your full name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. I just wanted to commend Mr. DeChico for his excellent work on the roads. Fantastic job organizing, getting it all done. I want to give him an attaboy on that, no doubt about it. However, I don't want him to work on state roads. I don't want him to pursue any activity that could increase our taxes by increasing the need for bonds when the state will give us money. So South Pier Road, let it just stay where it is. In fact, a few bumps does slow traffic, speed bumps. I go up down that road all the time, and there is a tendency to go too fast, and especially near the school. So we can wait for the state money and put up with the holes. So, and item number 2 is, wasn't there a limit? State Treasurer Magaziner mentioned that we were very close to our bonding limits as a town. I think I heard him, there was an article about, there's just so much we can bond and be financially appropriate, let's say 22% or whatever it was. I forget the details. Are we looking at that to see if we are spending too much on bonds? I thought I saw a graph where we're in the yellow, very close. So we got the library bond, we got the road bonds, and I remember Rick Lima mentioning that we're heavily bonded, and so financially we're not really perfect. We got a problem. We got to start looking. A bond is a mortgage, and there got to be some limits on how much mortgage we can take, what's appropriate. And we don't want to overdose on this mortgage more than we have to. So let's consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stanley. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Tara Seeger. She's got an old version of Zoom. It's going to bring her in as a panelist.
Tara, hold on for 1 second. Terry Donovan, did you want to speak?
I was only checking to see if the council was ready to dismiss the stenographer.
Yes.
Okay, so
Sorry
Diane,
about that.
we're all
Sorry,
set.
Diane.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Bye-bye.
All right.
So Tara Seeger is going to come in. She's got an old version of Zoom, so it's going to bring her as a panelist. It won't allow me to let her talk from where she's at.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to let me speak tonight. My name is Tara Seeger, and I am a resident of 189 Sunnybrook Farm Road. I am here this evening requesting that the town council please consider writing an ordinance regarding the purposeful blighting.
Oh, she's frozen.
Tara,
As it was.
Oh,
Yes.
repeat that because we lost her.
Okay. I am here requesting that the town council please consider writing an ordinance regarding the purposeful blighting of property. In particular, I request that a town ordinance be written regarding the appropriate fencing that is secure, safe, and of an appropriate color. This would benefit everyone in town as it would protect everyone's ability to sell their homes for fair market value. And I would truly appreciate it if the council members would take some time to consider this request, as it would benefit and protect all of us. That's all.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Dr. Alba.
Hi, Al, please state your full name and address.
Dr. Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett. Thank you all again for the proclamation. That was an honor for our entire family. My sister Ella, my brother-in-law Patrick McMullen, my mom Rose, and I. And on that note, being Dr. Martin Luther King, the day after Dr. Martin Luther King's Day speech, I have my own speech from my dad, from heaven, the Holy Spirit. My dad's I Have a Dream speech. I have a dream to have an outside skating rink in Narragansett. where family and loved ones can meet, where parents and grandparents can watch their young children and grandchildren learn how to skate, where families can have wonderful memories that will last a lifetime, where skaters of all levels can enjoy the beauty of skating or watching others skating in a safe location. An ice skating rink that will promote tourism as it will promote tourists who either enjoy skating or watch others skating. An ice skating rink that will allow local businesses to promote their businesses while funding a rink that will be everlasting. A rink that may even possibly be adopted to a roller skating rink during different seasons. Anyone willing to support the ice skating rink, please contact the Narragansett Chamber of Commerce at 783-7121, or they can download a flyer that will be posted at the Our Town Narragansett Facebook page or the Narragansett Town Council forum page. The rink will be located at Clark Road in Narragansett. Our family would like to thank Pank Fredette, Operations Manager of the Narragansett Town Council Chamber of Commerce, and the Narragansett Parks and Recreations for making my dad's dream become a reality. Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. We appreciate all the service you do for our family and for our residents in Narragansett. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Dan, who's next?
Next is Laurie Kelly.
Lori, please state your full name and address.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. I just wanted to take a brief minute tonight to update everyone on the library building project. And I think it's very important to, keep everyone following along, since we know from the November 21 election that about 5,700 people are interested in the status of this conversion and are anxious to get moving forward. So on January 6th, the RFP for architectural services was sent out to 4 firms who had previously responded to the library RFP. Now, as you would remember, originally the library posted an RFP for this work, the conversion of the Belmont building to a library, in April of 2019. And we had 21 firms downloading that information in 2019. These responses, the previous year were read and scored, and the top 4 firms were then considered pre-qualified for this current round of the RFP. On January 13th, each of the 4 firms sent representatives to the pre-bid conference, which met at the Belmont building and toured the space. Now, again, in 2019, access to the building was denied, so none of these architectural firms had previously seen the interior of the building. The next step is the collection of the proposals on February 3rd, and then those proposals will also be read and evaluated. And then we will have a decision to select an architect. When the architect is chosen, the architect will still have many various meetings with stakeholders on the design, obviously the library employees, people who use the library, and the public in general. We're designing this building for the next 30 years, so it must be flexible, and we must really carefully think about the way it's used and should be used in the future. So this phase coming up, I just want everyone to realize, is also going to take some time because we could not select an architect before now. But on the bright side, the 2.8 million borrowed from the town reserves for the purchase is in the process of being, those bonds are going to be issued, so the reserves will be whole again. And we once again thank the town for working with the library on this project, and especially thank this town council for working to expedite all these library issues as we move forward to a new state-of-the-art building. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Lori. Dan, one more speaker, it looks like.
Next is Harry Schofield.
Harry, please state your full name and address.
Harry Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue, Narragansett. I spoke at the last public hearing with respect to the 83 Narragansett Avenue property, but I want to speak more generally here. And that is that any further commercial development in the pier, once and for all, needs to be focused on fixing Pier Village. Pier Village has been dysfunctional for years. You all know it. And, we need once and for all an effort to redirect further commercial development into Pier, to reinvigorate and repair what's wrong with Pier Village. There are things that are wrong with it, which has prevented its success. We, as all of you, are in receipt of a proposal we solicited a year and a half ago from Union Studio to take a top-down look at it. When you mention it to people, everyone has immediate reactions. It's Gilbane's property, it's this, it's that, we can't do this, we can't do that. It's time for you folks who are running the town now to take a top-down position, an independent position that is presented by that proposal we solicited, and look at Pier Village independently, forget who owns what, and come up with a plan that looks at what could be there. This could be fantastic. It's a jewel sitting there that we've been ignoring for years, and we're fighting over zoning changes in places where there's no need, or should there be a zoning change, when we have a commercial center that's defunct that you people have the power to fix. So my point is, focus your attention on any further commercial development in the Pier area as belonging in Pier Village and finding a way to fix what's wrong with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. All right, so that concludes the open forum for this evening. Patrick, you're still out there. Feel free to join us.
Barely.
We can't see you, we can hear you. There you go. All right, welcome back. So we move to consent agenda. Are there any items that any council members would like to remove from consent? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Second by Eva. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Alba Sr, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, we have number 7, which is for Parks and Rec, a motion to approve the filling of the position of Parks laborer Sunday through Thursday shift due to a resignation. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second by Eva. Any comments from the council?
I just had a couple of questions for Steve on this position. So somebody retired, it's a position, a Parks position from Sunday to Thursday. Did you get a lot of applicants, Steve, or a lot of people that applied for it?
Well, we haven't done that. Good evening.
Oh, so
We haven't done that. We need permission to fill the position. It will be posted locally first for a couple of weeks and then to the outside if we don't get.
Okay, and this position, as I read, they work the parks in the town and a little bit at the beach as well?
Well,
Or
it's
just the parks?
it's a Sunday through Thursday position, so we require someone with carpentry skills, landscaping, lawn care, field preparation, restroom cleaning. They will also do beach grooming, snow plowing, and general parks maintenance. So all around position. It's actually one of 5 laborers on our crew, along with our foreman. So it's a very needed position. If we don't, we need to have the person.
Okay, great. That's all I had. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no public comment or no hands up for public comment. So we'll go ahead and take the vote, starting with
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Alba Sr, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 8 is a motion to award the bid for rubbish removal beach to the lowest bidder, Level 1 Incorporated, at their quoted bid price of $37,300 annually for a 2-year period. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the council?
I just want to ask Steve, is this the same company you've used in the past?
No, it isn't. And actually, it's a new company. They have been working for state beaches in the past. I did do a background check on them, and it's actually less expensive than we've been paying for the last couple of years.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and take the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye. Excuse me, Council President. Did I miss that are we gonna continue 19 and 20? Is that what happened here? I think I
We
missed
haven't
that.
got to those yet.
What's that?
We haven't
Can we
gotten to
move
those.
them up? Can we move them up after people have been sitting through all this and I'll recuse myself again?
Well, why don't we finish this vote and then we can.
All right, yep,
take a vote.
certainly. Thank you.
Okay. So you're aye on this?
Yes.
Great. All right. Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved. 5-0. Is there a desire from any council members, excluding Patrick, to move up 19 and 20, since there are people on the Zoom for that?
I'll move that we do that.
Or is there a second?
Second it. Is there
All right,
anyone,
so
see anyone else on there now? Are there other people?
They're still there, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so Patrick, you're gonna have to recuse. Let's go ahead and take the vote to move up 19 and 20.
Susan
sorry.
Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved. 5-0. All right, so number 19 is a motion to schedule a date to render a decision on the application of Sally E. Lapides, applicant, and JJP Properties LLC owner, to amend the Narragansett Comprehensive Plan's text and land use map for Assessor's Plat C, Lot 344B, 83 Narragansett Avenue, for residential high to moderate density land use district to commercial land use district. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Do you have a date?
Not yet.
No, we do not have a date for that. We'd also have to decide if we want to send it back to planning.
Right.
So is there a second for this? Second?
You can
Okay.
second for discussion.
Right.
Right. Yep. All right. So let's talk about this. We didn't really, get into our feelings during the public hearing. So if anyone wants to start off, go ahead and start it off.
I'll start. I mean, I think we need to remand this back to the planning board. The fact that there were 3 issues that were raised up after the planning board saw this makes it, in my mind, inappropriate for us to do anything until they've had a chance to evaluate, those issues for this particular motion before we make a decision and even find a date.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because if it goes to the planning board and they can't do a special use, then we can come back and vote an up or down vote. But at least they vet out the reports and
Right.
the opportunity. And then it seems like even some of the residents on Narragansett Ave, who I've worked very closely with over the years to, really keep the integrity of that neighborhood, agree with that. Harry Schofield being one, saying, would be in favor of a special variance if we could do it. And then if they can at the planning board, then we have a clear next step.
All right. Eva, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so that's what I was just concerned that those that wasn't a whole packet that was presented before the planning and zoning, and they didn't have all that information that we were given. So I would actually like to see them review it.
Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure we stay in line with the wording in the motion. So if we wanted to make an amendment to this, could we amend this to a motion to refer the application back to planning and to schedule a date to render a decision based on the planning board's decision? So can we refer that back without setting a schedule? Or will we need to do this on during the next meeting and go ahead and put a new motion in?
Maybe a question for the solicitor. I think you can amend the motion that's on the floor. If you wanted to do a referral for further study and not schedule anything
Until we get that.
definitive at this time until you receive a response.
Okay. All right. I think that sounds right. Mark, does that sound about right to you as well?
I agree. I agree with Terry. I think you can amend the motion.
Okay. All right, great. So is there a motion to refer the application back to the planning board?
I'll make the motion to refer it back to the planning board for a
I'll
study.
second. I'll second.
All right, so the motion is to refer back to the planning board for a further study. All right, there's a first and a second on that. Any comments? All right, let's go ahead and call the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 20 is a motion to schedule a date to render a decision on the application of Sally E. Lapides, applicant, and JJP Properties LLC owner to amend the zoning map of Chapter 731 of the Narragansett Code of Ordinances for Assessor's Plat C, Lot 344B, 83 Narragansett Avenue, from an R10 zoning district to a BA zoning district. Is there a motion? And then we can amend it.
Okay, I'll move the motion.
All right, is there a second? All right. So I'm assuming same amendment. Everyone's on board with that?
Yep.
Just make sure that after you vote on the amendment, that you vote on the main motion as amended.
Which we didn't do. Did we do that with the last one?
No.
No, should we go back to that then?
Yeah, you want to go back and do that?
Yeah, so why don't we?
Thank you, Terry.
Sorry.
Terry, you're so good.
No, that's great.
Great.
I
Thank
wondered.
you. All right, so back to number 19. So is there a motion to approve number 19 as amended?
I'll make the motion.
All right, seconded by Deb. All in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Brzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And we'll get this last one done, and then we will have to vote on an extension, right?
Yes, we will.
Yes.
That. So number 20 is the motion to schedule a date to render a decision on the application of Sally E. Lapides, applicant, and JJ Properties LLC owner to amend the zoning map of Chapter 731 of the Narragansett Code of Ordinances for Assessor's Plat C, Lot 344B, 83 Narragansett Ave, from an R10 zoning district to a BA zoning district. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and make an amendment
Yeah.
to this. The amendment is to refer back to the planning board for further
study.
All right.
Can I second that amendment, or we just vote on it?
You can second it. Yep.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Brzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Amendment approved 5-0. And now the motion to approve approve the motion as amended.
Right.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva Brzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right. And now is there a?
Those are 4-0, correct?
4-0, yeah.
4-0, right, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Patrick, come on back in. And is there a motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Is there a second? For extension?
Second.
Second by Deb. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Now we are on motion number 9 from the engineering department. This is a motion to approve the filling of one vacancy process controller pre-treatment coordinator within the wastewater division due to a resignation. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Eva. Is there, are there any comments from the council?
No, it's fine.
All right, no comments. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 10 is a motion to approve the revision of a 2011 job description for Engineering Department Wastewater Division Process Controller Pretreatment Coordinator to reflect updates to position duties and requirements. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any comments or questions from the council?
Nope, it's fine.
All right. There are no hands up for public comment. So let's go ahead and take the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Eva, it's kind of hard to hear you. I don't know if there's anything blocking your speaker or anything like that.
I don't think so, but
Okay.
That's better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit. Number 11 from the town clerk is a motion to approve a this is a
Victualizing.
word that I can't say. Victualizing. No, victualling license.
Victualling, yeah.
Maybe by the end of 2022, I'll get it. License application for a Taste of Time Incorporated, 140 Point Judith Road, Unit A5, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to local and state regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
second.
Second by Eva. All right, just a little bit of background on this one. So this is the same address, which is where Proof was in Narragansett, in Mariner Square.
Yeah.
That we approved 2 licenses for last meeting. So this is what sounds like kind of a, like a shared kitchen kind of thing. There is a meal delivery service working out of there. And I know that we were trying to get the applicant on for this, but I don't know if that happened.
The list. Yes,
Okay,
so,
great.
so for Dan, it's the attendee named Corin, Korin, or Corinne.
I don't see her.
Oh yeah, I see her. Dan, are you able to allow her to speak?
Terry, what was the spelling on that?
It's on the top.
Korin.
Oh, sorry. She raised her hand. Sorry.
Hi, please state your full name and address.
Unmute.
Oh, you just might have to unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, sorry. It's Corinne Aceto, 8 Avis Street, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Great, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we're just looking for a little bit of information on what you are planning to do in that spot, only because we've approved a couple licenses for that specific spot. So we're just kind of, or I was, I guess, interested.
So I started a meal prep business over a year ago and started renting that space from the owner in September. I took out a commissary kitchen license through the Department of Health and just now figured out after calling a couple times that I also needed a license from you guys. So that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, and are you sharing that space with SoCo Veg?
Yep, SoCo Veg is renting from me, basically.
Okay, do you guys do like alternating days, or is it
Yes,
working?
the Department of Health requires that we separate our time and space. So neither one of us can be in there or have things in the fridge together and things like that. Everything has to be separated by time and space. So we each pick certain days of the week that we're going to use the space.
Great. And what kind of food are you making over there?
Anything anyone wants.
You should plug it right now. You're on live.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
Custom meal prep. What I do is I post a menu every Thursday. People place their orders. I post it on Facebook and I send it out via email. People place their orders by Saturday and then they get delivery on Tuesday.
Great. Yeah, I just I'm getting my first order from Simple Veg.
What's that?
Oh yeah, we can't really hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I was saying I just getting my first order from Soko Veg this Sunday, so I can see how you're doing the different days, as you said. But yeah, I'm excited. So I'll definitely be ordering from you as well.
Yeah, I just signed up myself.
Thanks.
Nice. Sign up for me too.
I just signed up for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone have any other questions of Corinne?
Nope.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Any other comments before we vote? All right, let's go ahead and take the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Kuzinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, definitely aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Good luck to the applicant. Number 12 is a motion to approve laundromat and holiday sales applications for Northeast Fuel LLC, doing business as Bubbles Laundromat, 19 Pier Marketplace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to local and state regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments from the council?
I'm just not entirely clear what this is. Does anybody?
Yeah, I have some info on that, I
Okay.
believe. Terry, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on anything. So I believe this is the same location in the Pier Marketplace that was previously a laundromat that had closed down at some point. And so this is a new business going in there that will be a laundromat as well. And because they are selling some retail products, even if it's just like detergent, they need this license.
So holiday sales is just the name. It doesn't have anything to do with holidays, right?
Oh, it does. It
Oh, it
does. So, so there's no longer regulation for most businesses for Sunday sales.
Oh, I
but
see. Okay.
If businesses want to sell items at retail on the legal holidays, they need a holiday license. So this is a
Okay.
combined application for both laundromat license and holiday sales.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. We'll go ahead and take the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Kuzinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 13 is a motion to approve a private detective license application for Westwind Research Limited, doing business as Westwind Research, subject to local and state regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments? All right. Patrick, do you have a license for your private investigative firm?
No, but it sounds like after tonight, I'm gonna need one. So,
All right. Let's go ahead and call the
Patrick's
vote.
a private investigator.
Susan?
gonna get Rockford on the job here.
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing with you. Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Nice to see the way you people defended me, though. Boy, I couldn't
We-
believe
we
that.
couldn't
That
say
kind
it.
of
You can't
support,
say
boy, I
anything.
tell you what, you just can't beat that camaraderie here that we're supposed to be having. Jesus, if I hear that, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna recuse myself from the comment.
So Susan voted, Eva,
Alba Sr, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Yes, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 14 is a motion to appoint individuals to serve on the newly established Economic Development Committee. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
All
So
right, this is Susan's item, so go ahead.
So there were four people that applied and one from the chamber. I'll read the people that applied and then open for discussion. So
Susan, I just want to make one quick correction because I misspoke. It's actually from the clerk's office. I got confused. It was you had a motion to establish the committee, but this item is actually from the clerk's office.
So it requires 7 members, and 1 from the chamber, 1 from the council, and 5 from the general public. And Caprice Ransaw is a vice chair of the chamber, so she is an applicant and is interested, has a nice resume. There is the following members: Bretta Combs, who owns a small business, Monaghan's. There's Jeff Dentler. There's Steve Glazer, and there's Mark Connor. So those are the 4 that are in. I don't know if you want to take them together, you want to take them independently, whatever the pleasure of the council is.
Is there an opportunity for us to interview them?
Generally not for the, the particular boards. I guess you could if you wanted. It hasn't been a common practice. I mean, I think you look at all the applications and you make thoughtful decisions on the applications, but I don't have any issue with if that's what you guys want to do. You could interview them, sure.
Well, the only thing I know, we only got some of those applications today, if I remember correctly. And so I don't know. I think that this is an important, thing that we're doing. And I just would like to have an opportunity to talk to folks and also to see if there's any, in the next, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. This is what happens after 11 o'clock. I lose my voice. I just wonder if there's anybody else who might be interested in applying.
So I would ask the council if we could at least appoint the person from the chamber who has come forward,
sure.
Because I think Caprice Ransaw works at the chamber. That's one of the requirements. And then if you want to, I don't know about interviewing, but if you want to go back and review them and, call people, I did call a couple of people and talk to the people that applied. So you could do almost like an individual interview. You could do a group interview, whatever the pleasure. But I would ask that at least for tonight, if we could get Caprice on, then you could, you also have to determine who on the council, I guess, right, would like to be on the EDC, because that's another open spot for one of the members as well.
Yep.
So if we have a nomination for Caprice Ransaw as the
hang on one second. I got something to say. I'm sitting here very quietly and patiently. Are we rushing this a little fast? I mean, I'm okay with Caprice to jump on there because that's one of the part of the team, correct?
Yeah, so that's what we just said. We could do that.
Right. But these other members, like Dentler and these other members, I got people call me up and say, how come this wasn't advertised? I mean, I don't think the ink is dry on the mission statement of the EDC. Even if we have one, do we have one?
Yeah, I don't think we do.
I mean, I think we're rushing right through this, and I don't see what the hurry is.
Okay, Patrick, then we don't have to do that. Again, it's a philosophical how people feel. And for me, any board and commission, when people come forward, I'm happy that they're going to come and I'm happy to appoint them. I actually am a little disappointed that at the beginning of this term, we did the board and commissions review and there were so many opens. So for me, a diverse group of people sooner than later. So we can absolutely wait. But the point is, we do have a lot. By the time we blink an eye, the 2 years is going to be done. These boards need to be filled and we need to advertise. We've said it. We've had workshops and they've been unfilled for almost a year and a half, some of the positions. So we can take more time and we can hold off on the other ones. But I just think philosophically, when people apply, they step forward. And if there are
people didn't know about it. I mean, I'm sure people would apply if they knew about it. I mean, we just passed it the previous meeting and then bang, all right, now we're voting on members. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Calm down,
so
Patrick.
Again, I am nominating Caprice, but I'm going to continue to put up names on other boards and commissions because I do want to fill them in the time that I'm serving.
Second.
I do. Some people have been waiting a year and a half, not just this board, on other boards.
Right.
Well,
I think Eva wants to say something.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
this board was one that we really wanted to make sure was, put together with the right
Yeah.
people. And I know a lot of people that are still in the process, they're going to apply. And then, like Patrick said, we just did this last meeting, and we still have time. And I've only been on council for a couple months, so it's like all those other vacancies. Yeah, we'll fill them, but I think just trying to get a big pool of people to choose from, people with the right background and the right skill sets for a lot of these boards and commissions is important.
And also, are we
Guys,
clear
real
on,
quick, we need to do an extension,
right?
15 minutes. Is there a
Yeah,
motion
you have to do it
Yeah.
again now, Deb. Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
moved, so moved, so moved.
Second,
for a second? All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Petrosinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
I just wanted to say that this is going to be difficult coming out of my mouth, but I completely agree with Patrick that I'm not sure that we have, that we have actually the mission statement or whatever the guidelines are for this commission, in place yet either. And I'd really like to make sure that we, unless your thought, Susan, and maybe this was it, was that the folks that we bring on do that, but I'm not sure that's the right way to do it. So
Again, we can hold off on this. There is a mission statement on what we passed for EDC. There was a mission statement on the bottom. We don't have to pass the other members tonight. We can do caprice. But again, my urgency to fill the boards and commissions with a diverse group of people is high for all the boards, not just for
I
EDC.
agree with you 100% on that. I really do.
So I'll just nominate caprice tonight. You guys can look over the applications, call the people, and continue to shake the community to get more people to come for all the boards, not just this one, all of them.
Been doing
So there goes my dog.
Okay, so Caprice was nominated.
That was a second.
There's
That was
a
a
second,
second.
but we have a hand up for public comment before we vote. So Dan, can we go ahead and unmute Catherine?
Catherine Ciliberto.
Catherine, first full name and address, please.
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. I'd like to see the resumes of the people who apply. I don't want to have to file an APRA and have Terry send them to me. If you could probably maybe post them with the agenda so people could look at them. I had no idea who even applied until somebody just mentioned the 4 names. So that's what I'd like to see, since you're not going to do public interviews. I'd like you to put the resumes up there, the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Meg Rogers.
Meg, full name and address, please.
She's also got an old version of Zoom. It's going to bring her in as a panelist.
Okay.
I have an.
Good evening. Hi, it's Meg Rogers, 68 Earls Court. I was just wondering if this individual who's identified herself as a key real estate owner through the Chamber of Commerce, is this individual a resident of Narragansett? Thank you.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
She
Meg.
is, yes, sorry, I was on mute.
And Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Harry Schofield.
Harry, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Harry Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue. As you all know, I served on the last EDC and sent you a lengthy letter outlining what was wrong with the last EDC and things you need to consider in doing this better the next time. I suggest you read that letter, look in detail at what it says. People that have applied again, some of whom were on that last EDC, do not deserve to serve on any town committee again, in my opinion, particularly those who destroyed the last committee. So I would encourage you to go slow on this and to really find new people who really have the town's best interests at heart and who have the skills and the background to take broad gauge views of what Narragansett is missing, what it needs, and to look outside the bounds and provide thoughtful assistance to the town council in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Okay, looks like that is it. So we have that nomination on the floor right now. Why don't we, does anyone else want to speak before we take the vote on that? For Caprice, do you want to keep that on, Susan? Right, okay.
Anybody second it?
You did.
Okay.
All right.
Making sure.
All in favor, starting with Susan. You're muted right now. Susan, you're on mute.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Lizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Nomination or motion approved 5-0. Okay, number 15 is a motion to appoint one individual to the Zoning and Planning Board as alternate member 2. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion. I have a nomination to nominate Keith Kyle.
Second.
Okay. Are there any thoughts or any other nominations for this seat? Interviewed 5 individuals.
So I was just going to say why I put up Keith Kyle's name. He's a longtime resident of Narragansett. He was the chair of the Park and Rec Board. He's an attorney. He's expressed an interest in serving the town. His kids are grown. He'd like to give back. He did a great interview, and I think he'd be an asset to the board.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I thought that we had quite a few qualified individuals in that interview session.
We did. We had some great people.
Thought so too.
And, you know, it's not I don't know if there was necessarily an easy choice. Keith Kyle did stand out to me as well. I know him from his previous work on other boards. And I think he had a certain comfort during that interview process as well that just seemed like a good fit. So I agree with you on that nomination. All right, so if there are no other thoughts, why don't we go ahead and vote? Susan, you can start.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
And Eva?
Yeah, sorry. So I was actually, I'll vote on this one too, but so there was just one position open because I actually thought there were some other good candidates, like you said.
Yeah.
Right, just one right now for the zoning board. But, you know, so anyone can nominate whoever they want during this time. And then, you know, if you don't want to go with the nomination, you vote no. And then if it doesn't pass, then you can nominate somebody else. So it's kind of a.
Did you have somebody else? You can put their name up.
We interviewed, we saw, I think it was the first person we interviewed was David Trentiso. And then that was, he had a lot of background and experience. And I thought he would have been a good fit for this board.
Okay. Deb or Patrick, do you guys have a preference? Do you have anyone in mind?
I'm all set.
Yeah, I am
Alright.
too.
So there are 2 nominations. Eva, you want to go ahead and nominate David? So basically Susan made the first nomination. So we'll go ahead and vote on that. You know, anyone could vote yes or no. So if that nomination doesn't pass, then we'll take another nomination.
They're all great candidates. I mean, I think they'll all, if you know, if he had previous board experience, if you guys think that he's the person for this open position, and there'll be other ones, and we'll keep everyone, obviously is going to be on there for 2 years on file. So
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those, these nominations are always kind of tough because there are multiple good candidates. But we go through that nomination process kind of just in this linear way where we just see who gets approved. So we'll start with Susan's nomination because that was first. And I'm just going to call that vote again. So this is a nomination for Keith Kyle. Susan, go ahead and start the vote.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
I mean, that's fine. I mean, Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
All right, Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We have number 16 is a motion to appoint one member to serve as the council representative on the Narragansett Housing Authority. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion. I'll just express an interest. I don't know if anybody else, I'm not, if there's another council member that has an interest in the Housing Authority, but I'd be interested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. All right, so this committee we missed, or this, I guess, board, we missed during our initial board appointments during our first meeting. I was the liaison last term. I am fine with not doing that this term. So, well, the thing is, Susan, you expressed an interest during the committee's workshop. You also have the housing, affordable housing board that you're working on. So I think there is definitely some synergy there. So I would support appointing you personally.
Right. And that'd be great, but if there's anybody else on the council that, feels like, I know that everybody's got their committees and stuff, but is there anybody else that's dying to do it? Because again, I don't want to take it away from my colleagues if you're interested.
All right, so why don't we don't want her nominating herself. So why don't we,
I'll do it if no one else wants to.
I'll go ahead and nominate Susan.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Patrick. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll serve you well.
All right, we have a few minutes. We could get one more in before we extend. Number 17 is a motion to appoint one member to serve as the second council representative on the Narragansett Towers Committee. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion. I'd like to nominate Eva.
Eva's already on it.
Oh, that's right.
Is there a second to
Deb.
this?
I'll nominate Deb.
Yeah.
Second.
Second by Patrick. All right.
I knew one of you on it.
So Susan is nominating Deb. I think that sounds good. Any comments?
That's a good
All right.
board.
So, yep. Is there a?
If it ever meets again.
All right. So all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva.
Aye.
Deb.
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 18 is actually let's is there a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Second by Patrick.
That's my job.
All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb.
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 18 is a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm the various purchases for the Take It Outside grant in the total amount of $54,314.02. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? Second by Deb. So Jim, would you be able to speak on this item for us?
Sure. These are the materials that were purchased with the grant that we've already received a check from Rhode Island Commerce. And we have to get approval for certain items, and Commerce approves them, and then we can draw down on the grant. So there's no town funds at all spent on those. Those are the ones that are distributed to the 18 businesses and
Right.
Just to comment, I thought it was great so we could see how it was spent, but just curious about where all the stuff is. So like, is it stuff that how you house that we keep, they gave to the businesses? Like, where's all the stuff? Like
The town audited, along with many other communities in the state through vendors that were recommended through Commerce and whatnot. We had all the stuff shipped and stored at the Avis Street location.
Oh, okay.
And then we had the business come there, pick up the materials. They sign a waiver, a release of liability, and they take the materials with them. We spent our staff was the one that distributed it. Christine's office was Christine, Jay McSally, Jason Teolis, Mike Nally, a few other guys did it. Nice cold day, they distributed it to all the businesses.
So Jim, but you keep it there and then if they want it, they use it, or does it, like, is it just like a?
Do they own it?
I gave it to them.
Theirs.
Oh, they own it. Okay, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Dan, it looks like we have one hand up.
We do. That's Stanley Wojciechowski.
Stanley, full name and address, please.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1040 West Neck Road. I want to thank you. No tax dollars on this thing. Thank you very much. No Narragansett taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
All right, Stanley.
Thank you, Stanley. All right. If there are no other comments, let's go ahead and take the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Q, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We've taken care of 19 and 20, so we're on motion number 21. Is a motion to schedule a public work session with the Galilee Lease Advisory Committee regarding a development proposal for plat IG lots 118S, 119S, 120S, 307 Great Island Road. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? Second by Eva. Comments from the council?
So
No
this,
comments.
Yeah, this is I was appointed to this board and I had a meeting shortly after I was appointed. So they had changed the plans of what they were going to do with the property. So I think it's important that we do have a public work session to make sure it keeps with the character of the fishing village. And I think there's a date for that, right? Was it
Right, yeah, January 25th. It would be at 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
So that would be next Monday. It looks like, yeah, so as long as that works for everybody.
What time is that on the 25th?
5:30.
5:30, okay.
They were notified that they had to present. Is that what they're?
Yeah, there's gonna be a presentation, right?
Okay, yeah.
They found
Yeah,
that
that's
date,
all confirmed.
Say what?
they found the date acceptable, and they know that they have to do the presentation then to everyone.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Q, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 22 is a motion to schedule an executive session for the town council on Monday, February 8th, 2021 at 6 p.m. in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 4246-4 and 4246-5A2, litigation, Narragansett 2100 Incorporated et al. Versus Town of Narragansett et al. WC 2020-0353. Is there a motion?
Move the motion.
Is there a second? Second. So this would be, the recommended date is February 8th at 6 p.m. That would be the off Monday for the council at 6. So, the description is in there, kind of a basic idea of what that executive session is going to be on. Any questions? All right, let's go ahead and call the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 23 is a motion to schedule a town council workshop to review and discuss the 4 unrelated and newly adopted 3 student ordinances for Monday, February 8th, 2021 at 7 p.m. And this comes from Counselor, or is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? All right, second by Eva. This comes from Counselor Cicely Bonanno. You want to start it off?
Yeah, so presently, as we all know, that there are 2 laws on the books. It's the 4 unrelated and the 3 student. And I think, I don't know about the rest of the council, but I think you probably all have gotten a lot of the same emails, people curious about what's happening, what are we doing with it? And so I thought it would be in the best interest of the town just to see where everybody stands, what we're going to do about the enforcement, if there's an appetite to just talk about the 4 versus 3. And so obviously the only way we could do that is publicly and talk about how we feel about it and what we hope will happen in the next couple of years. So
I just have one question. We just scheduled that executive session for 7 o'clock that same day, right? I mean, for 6 o'clock that same day. Is that enough time to schedule? Is that enough time for the executive session to get done before the other session begins?
We did speak to the assistant solicitor. He's aware of the meeting at 7. So
okay. All right. I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah. Andy, if you have any comments on that, feel free to.
Yeah, I'm going to be, there's actually a settlement proposal.
Oh, okay.
In a letter. I'm going to distribute that tomorrow morning, and that's going to be the topic of discussion. An hour should be plenty.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks.
All right. So any other council thoughts before we go to the public?
No.
Okay. Dan, who was first to speak?
First one is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Stanley, full name and address, please.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. As an American, I ask that you not schedule a meeting to consider a violation of my private property right by sending out government officials to my property to check their IDs for discrimination reasons. They want to discriminate on who I have in my home. If we have a noise problem, we call the police, and that's a reason for government people or police to be on my property to enforce. However, for you to just come to my property based on, I don't know what, to say who's related, not related, IDs, whose ID, false IDs out there, the kids could, I'm sure, develop, or kids or people could develop fake IDs, they could all be related. This is just opening up a can of worms. Discrimination, private property rights. We have a noise problem, we fix it with police. We don't send government officials inside my private property, which I could be living in maybe, or I could be visiting there, and now they're gonna come to my property. Are they gonna break down my door? I don't know. This is to me, this is totally unnecessary, unneeded, un-American, and a bad road to go down. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley.
Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Catherine Soliberto.
Catherine, state your full name and address, please.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. We have 2 properly vetted, adopted after public hearings, ordinances on the books. One of them was just affirmed by the Rhode Island Supreme Court. I can't imagine why we're discussing them. The only thing that needs to be done is they need to be enforced. Now, obviously, some people made campaign promises. They promised to expand the 3 student to 4, 5 grandfather people in. Here's a hint. When you have a plan like this, you might not want to tell certain people who can't keep their mouth shut. And this is just totally inappropriate. We have ordinances on the books, and it wasn't for anyone running for office to make promises to people like this. What do you want to do? Abrogate these ordinances? You want to change them? We, the residents, don't want them changed. We spend a lot of time getting these passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Sydney Ghazi.
Cindy, please state your full name and address. Just have to unmute. All right. So why don't we go to the next speaker, and we could try Sydney after.
Okay. Next is Harry Schofield.
Harry, please state your full name and address.
Harry Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue, Narragansett. So I want to support Catherine Celebrato's assertions. You know, as you know, I chaired the subcommittee that worked to get the foreign related ordinance approved. Both the foreign related ordinance and the 3 student ordinance were legally justified by the Rhode Island Supreme Court this spring. And we need to support both of them. They both serve compatible purposes. And, you know, for those people who think that they're overly restrictive, if we have close, as you all know, to 3,000 rental houses in this town, you know, 3 students per rental house is nearly 9,000 students. There's only about 16,000 students at URI. So it's hard to see how this is overly restrictive. You know, we need both of these ordinances, and we need to start enforcing them. We need to take control of the growth of rental properties in this town at a time when the opportunities are better than ever for families to buy these houses and reassert a balance in this town that's been missing since the unfortunate DeStefano decision of 20 some odd years ago set the you know, the plan in place that started this conversion to rental properties. You need to support both of those ordinances. I know some of you campaigned against it, but just think about what it takes to turn around a trend to bring about better balance. And both the 4 unrelateds and the 3 students work together to do that. We need to start enforcing ordinances in this town for a change. There was this weekend in the paper a 6-bedroom raised ranch in Eastwood look for sale for $780,000. When's the last time you ever saw a raised ranch house built that had 6 bedrooms? So please, as you approach this, recognize the overwhelming need for the town to enact both of these ordinances and support them and start enforcing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Is there a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion to extend 15 minutes of the meeting.
All right, is there a second?
Sorry, Deb, but that's your job. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Deb, you can second it. You're on mute.
You're on mute. That's why I did it for you.
Second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva? We couldn't hear you, but I could see your mouth moving.
Eva Sisky, aye.
All right. Deb?
You must have my ghost this week. Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Dan, who do we have next for the public?
Next is Steve.
All right, Steve, please state your full name and address.
Stephen, can you hear me? Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, council members. I would agree with the previous callers that this is basically I want to say it to be perfectly honest, a once in a lifetime since I've been here to really do make some difference in this town to bring it back to a little bit more balance than it hasn't been in the last 25 to 30 years. So I hope that nothing gets meddled with too much with this. As it was stated before, in some of the meetings even before from the solicitor stating that, both ordinances are viable. I believe you do need both. And it's high time that the residents can get a little peace and quiet in their neighborhoods, and they don't have to worry about who's going to purchase the house next to them and turn it into a mini frat house. Because that's what's happened in Eastwood, look where I live, in many other areas of the town. So please bring some stability back to this town, and do the right thing and vet this out, and just don't make too many changes. And then you'll see a lot of what's going to fall into place. A lot of the complaints will go away. A lot of this, people will feel safe in these neighborhoods, because we're really losing them to this. So hopefully this makes it balanced. This doesn't stop people from renting or anything like that. Just brings a little control that there's been absolutely no control over the last 25 to 35 years here. And this is the result of it. So thank you for considering this. And I hope you can bring yourselves to enforce these two ordinances as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Dan, are we able to check and see if Sydney is able to speak?
Nothing from Sydney.
No. Okay. All right. Any other thoughts before we vote from the council? No? Okay, let's go ahead and call the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
I just have one question. Who's gonna be at the meeting? The workshop?
Us.
That's it.
Us.
This
That's
is,
it.
yeah. Isn't this like an opportunity for the people who have been emailing us to come forward and say what they have to say?
Yeah, I mean, we'll be there. It'd just be
I
us,
mean, I
right?
think we should have the neighborhood representatives. I think URI should be there. The police should be there. URI police should be there. 2100 should be there. Everybody should be there. Right?
Yep.
We have an extend a invitation, make sure people know about it.
Doesn't it get noticed?
I
Yes.
emailed URI.
Yes, I'll vote, I support it. It's
All right.
scheduling.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 24 is a motion to approve the purchase and sales agreement for Plat Q, Lot 102, a 4.4 acre parcel of undeveloped land along South Pier Road. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so this comes from Councilor Kopeck and I know that Deb is pretty familiar with this property. So Deb, if you want to go ahead and start it off.
Well, I just, the information's, no, it's just that the information's pretty clear in the motion information, but essentially this is an empty lot that abuts on other land that the land trust is engaged with. And so this is an opportunity to purchase, in addition to that existing land.
And also
and
Steve Marcella is on, so he's working on that.
You can probably talk about that better than I can, Steve.
So
Yeah,
if anyone has any questions, and Steve, go ahead if you want.
Oh, no. I mean, just it was pretty self-explanatory. Currently, we're under a purchase and sale agreement subject to town council approval.
Right.
In your package should be an appraisal that was done by Ned Caswell, an independent appraiser, showing the value well in excess of what our purchase and sale agreement is. I know Mike's on the line. I think Jill and Tom Rogers walked the property. And as Deb said, it is adjacent to other land trust property. And by purchasing this property, it is a developable property, especially by the lot next door. So it is something that, would be taken off the development rolls in addition to adding to the land trust, acreage.
Yeah, so the purchase is for the open space, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And the purchase price was a really good price for us too.
So the only question I had, you guys, is somebody had asked about the new voter initiatives that
There you
passed.
go. Thank you.
Yeah, were you gonna ask the same question, Patrick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead, take it away. Well, Patrick, go ahead.
Well, does that, the new voter initiative where we have to go to ballot to purchase or sell property, does this come in play?
Does that interfere with it?
No, it's not to purchase property. Because we purchase property all the time. Isn't it just to sell lease property? But not to purchase.
I thought it was purchase and sell. or lease.
Well, then we couldn't buy like a new car for the police. We couldn't buy.
Well, that was a big discussion. That's why I just wanted to be clear on that. I want to purchase it. I just didn't know if it was in conflict with that voter initiative that passed.
Yeah.
Mark
So, Mark,
Davis,
are you able
Mark
to answer
Davis.
that?
My recollection, it was, it's late and you guys are confusing me. My recollection was the restriction was on selling, not purchasing.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I got one more question. Do you think this property could support a real estate office?
Well, I'm not going there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, it's in a residential zone, so you need a zone change. So.
Yeah, we already went through that one.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Mark. And
Good
Steve.
answer.
Just one note on this. So this would be purchased through the land trust's account.
Right.
Right. So 375,000 currently in that account, which is funded by the appropriation that the town transfers
Grants.
yearly, and maybe
Yep.
some other grants. I'm not sure.
So the money does exist for this.
Right. All right.
Yep.
Okay. I don't see any hands up. So let's go ahead and take the vote.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, we have a motion to approve the establishment of a coastal access improvement committee for the town of Narragansett. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right.
We all seconded it.
Deb. So this is my item. I've kind of alluded to this committee in previous discussions, including 2 weeks ago. The concept of this committee would be a permanent committee, which would consist of 5 members of the public, as well as a town council liaison, and a representative from the planning board. And then there wouldn't be an official liaison from community development, but the idea would be that committee would be able to have support from community development as well. And the mission and duties are attached. So it's essentially a committee that would do a review of all current coastal access, public coastal access points, and make recommendations to the council on ways to improve access, do inventory and other work towards that goal. It'd be an advisory committee, so no binding decisions. But that's it. That's kind of the overview of it. All right.
Great idea. Great idea.
Yep. Agreed.
Great. Thank you. Are there any comments before I go to the public?
I just want to. Seems like we got more committees and committee
It's
members.
good though. It's good.
Any way we combine this with another committee, like the, land trust or some other committee, and have like a subcommittee on another committee? Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't know.
I mean, I get your. Go ahead, Susan.
No, yeah, I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but you know what, at the end of the day, it's okay to have committees for the community, and sometimes they don't cross over as clearly as you think. I like the coastal access focusing just on that charge, because we live on the coast, there's a lot of areas to examine. I mean, we could flip it over to water and stuff, but it just doesn't quite naturally fit there, so I'm gonna be bringing up a couple more committees, so get ready, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point, Patrick. Part of the reasoning behind this was, I think we've seen firsthand the amount of work that goes into any of these recommendations, even just in a small area. And to have a body that's able to do that research, as opposed to the council or town staff, or making it a sub responsibility of an existing committee.
Sure.
I just think it could be done much more effectively by a group that's focusing just on that. And when you
Well,
look
the
at
land trust, they're already in the business of land, and
It's
I mean, I
slightly,
think that-
it's a little different.
All right, just an idea. Let's vote. I'm good.
All right, we have some hands up. So Dan, who do we have up for public comments?
First is Avon Durfee.
Evan, please state your full name and address, please.
Avon Durfee, 221 Sunnybrook Farm Road. As a community, if we have learned one thing after spending 3.5 hours discussing and debating the parking situation at Pilgrim and Conant on January 4th, it would be that if there was a coastal access improvement committee, making a decision on parking would have been incredibly easier. This committee is far overdue. A study published in the journal Nature Climate Change has identified Rhode Island waters, especially Narragansett Bay, as one of the top 15 at-risk areas in the nation for ocean acidification. I feel as if this committee, composed of highly trained, dedicated individuals, will be able to holistically analyze every coastal access point and all rights of way we have in Narragansett in order to come up with an informed solution to many of our concerns in town. They will be able to see two sides of the coin, that is the debate surrounding access to our coasts. Through the lens of compromise, I feel as if this committee will do best at developing access to the most environmentally friendly and safest way possible, in order to make sure residents of the area are content with the new rules put into place in their neighborhoods, as well as make sure the needs of the many water enthusiasts are met. As our community and country increases in population, we must be ready to develop our infrastructure in a safe and sustainable way. The best way to do so would be to create a committee of well-educated community members to analyze each location and send recommendations to the council. As we have seen with the previous council, not every council supports coastal access. Luckily, this year, we have an amazing group of individuals here tonight representing our needs properly in this council. By creating a committee tonight, they will be able to finally offer a long-term solution to the coastal access issue in our town. 10 or 20 or even 50 years from now, the Narragansett Town Council may not support access to the coasts, just like the previous council did not as much. This is why the time is now to create a committee that will specialize in this. This committee should have already been in place, and I'm so glad that this council has decided to put emphasis in one. Our town council does so many things already, and these controversial issues would not have to be looked at in depth by the council each and every time if this committee is created tonight. This committee should be just to focus on coastal access and will be significantly more efficient. Although there are not many Narragansett kids my age speaking at this meeting tonight, generally, we all highly value our access to the coast as water enthusiasts, and we are the future of Narragansett. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next we have
Harrison Quinlan.
thanks, Dan. Sorry.
I think we just found our committee chairman.
Do you have to be, how old do you have to be on a committee?
I don't think we have an age limit.
We get a waiver there and that kid.
He stays up late on a school night.
Yeah, school night, yeah.
Let's go to this other person. We're gonna have to re-up in a few seconds.
All right, why don't we go ahead and do that now then?
All right, so moved.
Second,
All in favor, starting with Susan,
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick.
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0 to extend. Dan, can we go ahead with Harrison?
Harrison is ready, just has to unmute.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yep.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Please state your full name and address.
Harrison Quilliam. I live at 122 Indian Trail. I'm a sophomore at Narragansett High School. I've been surfing for a very long time and just enjoy being out in the water. I've grown up at and around the water and do not know any other way. I support the creation of a subcommittee to handle the preservation of existing shoreline access and the expansion of physical access by the public. As a resident of Narragansett, I want to be able to take advantage of the amazing gift we have right at our doorstep. It would be a shame if water access was taken away from us. This gives myself, as well as so many others, access to so many unique opportunities, such as surfing, scuba diving, swimming, and just relaxing. Being stripped of these opportunities would be extremely detrimental to the community. In my opinion, the creation of this committee would be extremely beneficial because it would prevent the town council from spending their valuable time creating a fast solution when it could be analyzed properly by officials. Thank you.
You're muted, Jesse.
Sorry about that. Dan, who do we have next?
Catherine Siliberto.
Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court. I just want to make a comment. Somebody emailed me not too long ago. He's from Maryland. He's going to be up here this weekend or next weekend specifically to surf. Let me tell you what's going to happen here. In about 5 years, after you've paved over every street near every single access, the residents, all these little people that are talking now, these young ones and your age group too, Patrick, are going to be going to the town council and saying, wait a minute, we want this access just limited to residents. You're opening a can of worms here. I just think this is going to cause so many problems. Nobody monitors these areas. A lot of these areas are dangerous. You're drawing people to Hazard Avenue and Newton Avenue. I think we need to like slow down a bit here. I don't want to block access by any means, but we can't be paving over the whole town for parking, for access. It just doesn't make any kind of sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, so that is it for public comment. Any last thoughts from the council?
I got one thing.
Yep.
Don't step on the black rocks.
That'll
That's
be
it.
Thank you.
We should post that. We should be posting that.
Maybe that could be the slogan for the new committee. Let's go ahead and call the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 26 is a motion to authorize an increase in compensation for poll workers for the statewide special referenda election to be held on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, so this item is basically pretty much the same intent that the council approved back in September and November, which was to increase the pay for poll workers, really due to the hazard of the duties due to COVID. So this would be an increase that's laid out in the description. It would increase the pay for moderators or clerks to $215 per day, and for supervisors to $300 per day. The only locations that'll be open for this election will be the community center, which will be day of voting, and then early voting at town hall, which will be a 20-day period. So that is the item, and it was approved by the council for the last 2 elections last year. Any comments?
Nope. Go.
All right. Doesn't look like anyone from the public's interested. So I'll go ahead and call the vote, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
And Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 27, I'm actually going to pull this item tonight because of the time of the evening. At midnight, I think this is going to warrant a longer discussion, and I will pull it and probably put it back up in 2 weeks.
I don't understand, like, why can't?
Do council members want to go ahead and have that discussion tonight?
Well, we have an executive session still to go, right?
Yeah.
Right, but
so
I can take it if you can.
I think, no, I mean, I think what's
I
the
got a
discussion
job
about?
or anything to go to tomorrow.
Susan, do you want to have this? Susan, you want to have this?
I mean,
tonight?
what's the pleasure of the council? I mean, it sounds like everyone wants to go.
Well,
Patrick
I
wants
just
to
want,
have it.
yeah, because I want to understand. So when I saw this, this agenda item, I mean, I just want to make a statement. I like consistency and continuity in these kinds of positions. So, I mean, to me, the logical thing would be to just reappoint our solicitor and town solicitor. I don't know what this other part with the possible direction and options. I don't like turnover in these positions, and I know.
Well, let's put the motion out then if you want to
Yeah,
talk,
yeah.
right?
All right, so that's fine. I was thinking people were a little tired, but if the majority here wants to go ahead and have it, we'll go ahead and do it. So number 27 is a motion to discuss possible direction and options for the town of Narragansett appointed positions of town solicitor and assistant town solicitor. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
I'll second.
All right. So this is an item I put on. So this is basically to just have a discussion, see how the council feels about going ahead and doing the reappointments for our solicitor and assistant solicitor positions, or if the council would like to advertise the position, do interviews, and that's basically it. Looking for some direction from the council.
Yeah, so my direction, as I stated, is to just not talk about getting applications and reappointing. Like I said, there should be consistency. I know the department heads work with our town solicitor and assistant solicitor, and they like them. I've been on council for a short time, and then they've been very responsive. And I think I don't understand why we would be looking for other applicants if
Second.
Okay.
Second. Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
It's a
No,
motion to discuss. They're in the middle of a
This is all we're doing
discussion.
is discussing.
I'm still gonna second it. I agree with Eva. We got, so we don't need more distractions that we already have. I mean, we get this library thing hanging over us. Fucking Davis had knowledge of this project, historic knowledge. It was a difficult purchase and sales agreement. It was amended and re-amended and changed after it was executed. I thought they did a great job with it. I know there were hiccups, but when you got a commercial entity of this size, there's many legs to it. And I thought they handled it very well. And then all the voyeur requests, all the nonsense, and that's been surrounding this issue. They've been taking it on the chin pretty bad. So I could support them with continuing with their contract. Or
They don't have a contract, do they?
reappoint
I
them,
thought
reappoint them for another year. Or term.
Deb, you going? Or you want me
I have somewhat mixed emotions about this, but I think that I don't think it's a terrible idea to have the opportunity to see, some what's out there in terms of other solicitors. It's possible nobody will even apply. This is Narragansett, who knows? But I've done some working with, I did some work with Andrew. I've had a conversation with Mark. I also, observed everything that's happened in the last 2.5 years, every single meeting. I was a town councilor. And so, I just want to see, and I'm okay with doing that. And if it turns out, I mean, I had a very good conversation with Mark the other day, and he actually made me feel better about how I did feel before about this. But I don't have any problem with the idea of talking to some other people. I have worked with solicitors whose specialty was municipalities in my past, and sometimes they're great, sometimes not so much. And so I don't see any reason why we couldn't at least take a look at this. I don't just
sorry. I mean, I just think it sets a terrible precedent. Like when you have good people in positions like these, and then all of a sudden, like they change their practices, they give up part of their practices to serve the town at a discounted rate. And then it's going to be, so it's going to be like a revolving door. So nobody's really going to want to be in these positions.
I don't think doing some research results in necessarily a revolving door. I think that, I think that there are some questions and we need to find ways to resolve them. And, one of the ways that I've done that is by having conversations and with Andrew and with Mark. And like I said, I've learned things that I didn't know before, which were very helpful, but I still think that it's, there's nothing wrong with taking a look. That doesn't necessarily mean we go anywhere. It just means I'm
It's a
taking
waste
it.
of everyone's time then. If you're saying there's nothing wrong with taking a look and you're saying, so we're not really going to be vetting
No,
all these other
no, I'm
people.
not,
No, I
I'm
mean,
not, no.
it's
You're-
just, yeah, it doesn't make sense what this council would, I mean, when I saw this agenda item, I just was, I didn't understand it. And I don't know if there's someone else's agenda on here or meaning, you know, anyway.
I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. Why don't we take this up in 90 days? See how things settle out. You know, I mean, we're all new in the seats here. Some of you new members get settled in the seat and we'll reevaluate in 90 days. And then we can reappoint.
No, I know, but then you
Interview.
leave you're leaving people on the line. I mean, it's just
Right.
disrespectful. It's disrespectful.
I
You
agree.
have-
I
that's
agree,
what-
but there are concerns here with other
It's
councilmen,
business,
and I think
yeah.
a 90-day probationary period is not gonna hurt anybody. And we
So
can
there
get
is
down
no-
to the business. Listen, we gotta hit the ground running. We got so much to do here. Right now, we got all these new committees. And so we got a lot to do. I think the pause is 90 days and then we'll take it up again and then take another look at it. Okay, but I think you'll find that these guys are pros. They work well with the staff. I mean, the nonsense has been surrounding some of these issues. You know, it's left egos, bruised egos and nonsense and minutia all over town. So I think a 90-day pause and take it up again.
What I would say is, you know, every time there's a new council, there's always an opportunity to look. We have had the history in the town of Narragansett, long-term solicitors, and we've had some that have left very early. There is a new council. I was the council president that got to swear in Mark Davis. I've worked with Mark and Andy, very, you know, professional. But I do think it's an opportunity, and they certainly could be a part of that opportunity to interview and talk with them, as well as a couple other people. I think always being open-minded, every new administration, I mean, that's what people do. They look and they examine, and if they rise to the top, then they're the people. And so I wouldn't be opposed to, you know, talking to a few people and seeing with the team we have, and just to see. So I'm kind of erring on the side like Deb is.
I think it's a big distraction. We
It
got
is.
4 years to make up in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, after what take place for the last 2 years, I mean, we got so many other different things to do. I think this is a big distraction.
I mean, interviewing and then making this a long drawn out process. I mean, it takes time to do that too. Like, that's what I'm just saying. It's like, don't fix something that ain't broken. And, you know, it's setting a bad precedent. People change, like like these roles, like they have to change their practices. And then it's basically, oh, well, too bad. Like you change your practice. Oh, that's too bad. We're just going to get rid of you in a couple of years when a new council comes on. Like, why would anybody want to be a town solicitor if they know, like Narragansett, if they knew that was the case?
Or a town manager.
Yeah, right, or a town
Town
manager.
manager. No offense.
Sorry, Jim.
You want the people to be in this, like, how, you know, when you're in management and you're in leadership positions, you don't want to keep on getting rid of your good people, or you don't want to keep on changing over. The turnover, there's an expense caused with turnover. And that's the thing. So then you got new solicitors or whatever, then they're going to have to learn all the cases, and there's going to be all this time. It's not a good process. And I feel very strongly about it.
By that, you know, argument, I mean, we're all new people too. And we've, you know, other people got turned out so that we could become town councilors. And so we've had to learn on the fly. I'm sure, you know, that's true of you, Eva. It's absolutely true of me. All kinds of things that we never knew before. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure that argument holds. I think, and you know, the fact that there might not be time to do this, I have some time. I can look at stuff. I can make recommendations. I've been an executive in my life, if that's what we need to do. So, I mean, I think that I just don't think this is a terrible thing to just look at. I don't know how it's going to turn out. And yes, maybe maybe it turns out that we really have a wonderful legal staff here. I don't know. I like to research so that I do know.
That's a good point, Deb.
So, this is why this item is on tonight to discuss, because it's pretty clear that there isn't complete agreement on the council about which direction to go to or to go in. And that's kind of what we're talking about. And this is a discussion that we can't have in private. It has to be a public discussion, which is why we're having it in public. And then we could take actions at a later point based on this discussion. So if it's something that we decide that we want to open up to interviews, then we'll vote on that. If that passes, then we'll have those interviews. If it doesn't pass, then we should probably reappoint if people don't want to do interviews.
We're at 12:15, Jess.
All right. Is there a motion to extend?
I'll make the, oh, sorry, go ahead, Deb.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And we have different experiences. So I've been on the council for 2 years. That's a different perspective than watching the meetings from the public. So, some things I may be satisfied with, some things I'm not. There are solicitors, lawyers that specialize in municipal law. They specialize in zoning, specialize in litigation. And there's a reason why we appoint every 2 years, because it's not a lifetime appointment. So if there's any hesitation or any discomfort, then it doesn't hurt to go and talk to other people. And our existing solicitor can interview as well. And maybe that's where we see that the grass is not greener. And we see that what we have is what we should keep. But without going through that process, I just don't think that any solicitor or any position is entitled to not being reviewed, just like we're reviewed on the council, like Deb said. So
Correct, but they can be reviewed by the staff that they serve, which is the department heads. And, and that's where you would say, so at that point, if
But
I
they
would
don't
say,
work for the department heads, though.
right, they work for
the
us,
co-
but
They do.
they deal with department heads on a day-to-day basis, and they're the ones that have to, deal with them and get along with them. And if you get a good review, like I always used to ask my staff when I did reviews, like if it was somebody that I had to review, I would ask the people that they work with, well, what do you think? What do you review? And I would base some of my review on that, like the feedback from other people. And for us to just be like, oh, well, let's just interview other people and not ask the staff that they work with and just on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's where we need to get the input from. Like if we interviewed, they work for us. We're the ones that make the decision, but we're not the ones that deal with them on a day-to-day basis.
that is there's definitely part of the equation. And I've spoken to certain individuals at the staff level, and I have their opinions, and that is part of it. But they also work for the council, and they have to perform when it comes to litigation and performance in meetings, communication. It's not just one facet. There's a lot to it, and we have cases that have affected the direction of the town. So we have bulk zoning amendments, and we have related cases to that. We have student ordinances, related cases to that. So there are firms that specialize in that sort of work. And I think it'll be eye-opening to see, who applies, and also to interview our existing solicitors with, a fresh lens as well. My opinion. But we can speak more on this, but we do have a few hands up for public comment. Dan, who do we have first?
First is Sue Amoruso.
Sue, please state your full name and address.
Sue Ann Maruso, I can't believe I'm up at this hour and I can't believe you guys are. And Jesse, when you started with this motion, you actually did say maybe we should postpone it because due to the hour. And I think that that's the stance. I think many people who are still hanging on to this are thinking that there are quite a few residents that may have wanted to speak about this, but because it's so late, so very, very late, they're unable to do that. So I agree with Deb that things should be reviewed. Patrick's 90 days. I don't know if it'd take the 90 days, but I think something of this nature does need to be reviewed. And I think a 2-year review and serious consideration, if you want to continue with the same law firm, is very important, because it just shouldn't be that it goes on and on just because, okay, they've given up this time. When you take this position, you know that it is not going to be, a 10-year stint or something like that. You know that there's an element of change built into it. So I just think that listening to all the thoughtful comments from the town council, that this is something that should be continued a discussion, because it isn't like unanimous amongst you. And I'm sure there are other people in town who just have faded away. Thank you.
Second.
Who's next?
Next is Karen Shipshalowitz.
Karen, please state your full name and address.
Karen Shipshalowitz at 63 Wanda Street. I totally agree with reevaluating this position because I feel it's extremely important because of all the issues we've had in town, and the main solicitor. I'm questioning whether he's even full-time or whether he has other clients. It seems that like when Dawson was here, he set up his office right in the town, and you knew he was available both for the people that live in the town. It's not just for the people that work for the town. It's a person that serves the town. And we want to evaluate whether they're prepared to deal with all the issues, whether they've done their backgrounds on all the issues that are coming up. I often felt that there were big black holes in what was going on because of what was going on with the last town council. And a lot of times it just didn't seem like it was all together, and it shouldn't just be a good old boy system. They're well paid. They've even gotten bonuses from what I've understand if there are a lot of problems. And I think it's a question of just being honest. You don't just keep somebody on because they've been on or you like them. I think it's particularly important that we reevaluate, see what the available other solicitors that might be available, and evaluate how people have felt about the solicitor that we have now, because he's been on for at least 2 years. We have had long going like Mark McSally was one for a very long time. And it really, I think it's in a very important position, and it shouldn't be just a social promotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Dr. Alba.
Al, please state your full name and address.
Sure, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I agree with Jesse, Sue, and Deb with respect to, taking the time, seeing, doing a review, seeing what's out there, and making an assessment. I think, like Jesse brought out, we have town solicitors or lawyers who specialize in certain practices. We know upcoming things which are going to be on the docket, and you got to weigh the pros and the cons. And just because we've had these town solicitor or the assistant in place and they know some of the ropes, does that mean that they are the best out there? We don't know. They might be. They might very well be. And if they are, that's great. Then we should stick with them. But I think doing an honest assessment of what's out there in the field, and if they are the best, then so be it. Let's have them stay on board. If not, well, let's look elsewhere. But thank you very much. Take care. Bye now.
Thank you, Al. Looks like that is, oh, we do have one more. Steve, it looks like.
Randy, I believe.
Yes, hi, Steve Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road. Thank you, council members. Yeah, Ever, I agree with you on this. I think it's kind of, I mean, it's 12:30 at night, and it's the solicitor's job is one of the most important in this town. So, the optics of this doesn't look good in the beginning. I mean, here it is, people have been here for 2 or 3 years, trying their best. I know maybe people have some differences with them, but not the way if you want to look into some new position for the solicitor. I think we should at least let cool heads prevail for tonight. And then, if it's strongly enough where you can't agree, possibly a waiting period, like Patrick said, but, we should really think long and hard before we start changing solicitors out, especially with everything that's going on with this lot of litigation. I hope cooler heads can prevail here, and, some discussion can be had about if it's really needed at this point to say. So thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, so just a reminder, this is only a discussion. There will be, but this item, there's no vote to take action. The point of this item was to get a sense of where people stand. That's why I was willing to pull it. So we didn't have to have this discussion tonight. We had it, it's fine. We know where we're at, but this is just more of a understanding where the council members stand, and then action can be taken on a future date, and we'll have to vote on any direction that we go, just like we always do. So that's all.
Okay.
We're not voting, but if anyone else wants to speak on it, feel free.
I would, Jesse, as
Yep.
a public comment, and partially as the town manager. I can say that working with the current staff, the solicitor and assistant solicitor, they're nothing but high integrity, high responsive, highly accessible. And I've worked with attorneys in my different positions before, from criminal prosecution to defense, to corporate attorneys, civil attorneys, family law. And I can speak with the experience of working with them that I've been highly impressed. And the police chief also had expressed it in writing to me this evening. I just wanted to get that out there because there were some comments made, some made from the public that gave a wrong implication. And they have nothing, everything they do act with integrity, and they've been nothing but highly professional and good to work with. They'll tell you the truth, even if you don't want to hear it. And that's what a good attorney does. So far, I've been very fortunate to be able to work with them.
Thanks,
Thank
Jim. Okay, so if there's no other comments from the council, we can move on from this item. We're not taking a vote. So before we go to executive session, there is nothing on this executive session that is urgent in terms of timing. So I will read the motion. However, we could pull this. We don't need to spend the time tonight to go into executive session.
Pull it.
Does that sound right to everyone? Pull it?
Pull it. Yeah, pull it.
Susan, is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine.
Eva?
Oh, we're not going to go into executive session?
It's not an urgent matter. We could reschedule.
Okay. I mean, it's fine.
Okay, so I'm going to pull that item. Terry, that's okay, right?
As long as you all agree to do that.
Right. Okay, should I do a motion to pull it?
Yeah, do we need to vote?
Can I just ask you something, Jesse, because Andrew's here, they're here, they were waiting to go in. If it wasn't gonna be really long, do we want to get it done? Because I feel bad they're here now. I don't know.
I mean,
Unless-
Yeah,
I agree. Like, I think we should just press on.
What do you think? I mean, they've waited, right? Because they're in there waiting to meet with us, right?
I do not think Andy is participating in the executive session. And I'm pretty confident Steve is not. I see them both on. But I believe they were staying on for, this last discussion. So it would be me, and I'm happy to attend or not attend.
Okay, all right, that's good information. So, and it's not a lengthy matter, right?
I actually
Mark?
I actually don't know who put that matter on.
Yep, I put it on. It's a pretty brief discussion.
I would just move forward then, just so that we don't have to reschedule.
If everyone, yeah, if it's not unanimous, we'll go ahead and call the motion. So a motion to retire to executive session of the town council in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 4246-4 and 4246-5A, collective bargaining in accordance with Rhode Island General Law 4246-5A2, fire IAFF local 1589, labor contract negotiations, police IBPO local 303, labor contract negotiations. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll
We have
second.
to do a roll call vote?
Right. Yep. Eva
Right, I
second.
made the motion to go in.
Yep, Eva seconded it. So roll call vote.
Susan
start with
Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Ip Kopek, aye.
Patrick Murray, no.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-1. Is there a motion? No, we don't need to adjourn.
Do we need to?
So we're going into executive session. All right.
Wait,
So I tried to renew the login information that I sent you for the executive session. I think it's still valid. Give that a shot, and then if we don't get into that, I'll send you another one to your narragansett.ri.gov email right away.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Terry.
Thank
Have a
you.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
right.
Night.
Bye.
Right.
You.